Oh no, that was unexpected. I missed that kill again, but honestly, 423 getting caught out inside of his own jungle is probably not, is less than ideal. He has 2 deaths right now, even though and he also bought the infused raindrops, right? It's an extremely defensive item. It does cost significant amounts of gold, 200 plus 200, more than 200 gold. And if you still die while having that, your net worth takes a huge hit. We'll actually take a look at the net worth. However, it's actually Bottega, so this will be a big return kill that Inner Circle will be able to acquire. Being able to take down that Abaddon while also losing your Drow mitigates the kind of mitigates the earlier loss. So Yellow Submarine will feel the burn with that one. Although I think when the Abaddon does respawn, he should be teleporting back into this lane. Just acquire the level 6 at the back of this tower. But no, he'll actually let the tower go in favor of a potential trade that Yellow Submarines may be able to make. Niche, though, he can clear the creep waves pretty easily, so I don't think that there's going to be a tower trade. Yellow Submarine will lose the first tower. And I think this is how it went in the first game too, right? Inner Circle did get that earlier, did get the first tower of the game towards that bot side. Yellow Submarine were actually pretty slow with the objectives around the map. They took their sweet time with it. The top side and the bot side tier 1s only fell by that mid-game mark. And it doesn't seem like, or rather, it could be a game where they change that because they do have the Dragon Knight, they do have the Brewmaster, so they can push towers a lot easier than they could have in the first game. Say is going to get caught with that sentry. They knew the Treant Protector was there. They had that hunch, and their hunch will pay off. Problems on a killing spree now. Not the earliest Radiance in the works for Bottega. Say will come back in. Mirel has the Blink Dagger queued up. I wonder if he'll go for the Orchid or the Maid Slayer after the Blink Dagger. I think both of them are viable options. Orchid may be slightly better. If Yellow Submarine are confident they can follow that Orchid up with some, you know, quick burst damage. They do have it with the Grimstroke, with the Ringmaster. Very close to that Orchid once he is done with all of these neutral creeps. I mean, he barely needs about 500 gold. Bottega? In a bit of trouble. They've actually left Bottega alone for so long. The supports are now going to come in as Bottega must be feeling a bit frustrated with the fact that Inner Circle are not leaving him be. Mid lane though, that's where Inner Circle want to make a move. Dreamcall will come out, so too does the Arena, but Infernal has unleashed his Primal Split. Ringmaster able to stay alive and actually drops his Wheel of Mars. Lies, who's gonna get hypnotized. No one really falling down so far. Inkswell is not going to actually land a stun on anyone. Infernal though, he needs to be careful. Say has the Overgrowth to hold this Beastmaster in, will not need it as Light has found the skewer. And the Overgrowth will come out regardless. It will just be one kill on the board, despite the fact that so many spells were being thrown around. But in the end, that is a favorable trade for Inner Circle. Keep the attention away from their Drow Ranger. At the same time, continue to farm up. Not too bad for either side, I suppose. For still though, 600 gold going their way is certainly nothing to scoff at. Niche is going to be able to complete his Witchblade thanks to that kill. Something that he would not have had. Or maybe it accelerates his Witchblade timing for about 30 seconds to about a minute, which is significant in the early game. I mean, it's a 12-minute Witchblade, or will be a 12.5 or 13-minute Witchblade. Only needs about 50 gold for it. Mirel does have the Blink Dagger. Actually creates an engagement onto Burst the Puck. Wants to create that amplified damage rune. Perhaps it was a bit too preemptive by Mirel. He should have waited for Niche to grab up that or get nearer the amplified damage. So Mirel could have jumped in, stunned the Puck, grabbed the amplified damage, and dished out those additional hits. I think it would have been enough, may have been enough damage to take the Puck down. However, one of the bigger losses is the fact that Inner Circle now have the information that there is a Blink Dagger available for Mirel, so now they'll be playing a lot more careful, or rather should be playing a lot more careful. Infernal is actually pretty farmed up on this Brewmaster. He has the point booster as well as a Hand of Midas. This will pay dividends continually, and eventually you'll get your return on your return on investment. But once you get to that scepter, that's truly when I think things will start to look on the up and up for this Brewmaster.
Dire are scanning.
Observer Ward will also be taken down. Game has turned slightly passive. Not too big of a lead for either team. I think it's barely, the lead just continues to shuffle around. So neither side is actually a dead even game, but with the Smoke of Deceit, Inner Circle have the opportunity to actually gain a decisive advantage. Or at least the start of a decisive advantage. Right now, though, it's an initiation on Niche. He was able to exit. However, did get hit by those daggers. And it's Infernal coming in from the side. The stuns do go out. They need another Dragon Tail. However, they have not been able to dish it out. Escape Hack comes in from the Ringmaster in the nick of time, but Mirel stuck inside of that arena. Will end up going down as Yellow Submarine were not able to get the job done. And in the end, it is going to be Inner Circle with the advantage. Tier 1 tower potentially going to go down because Yellow Submarine have used everything in their arsenal. The one thing that was missing was Bottega, but he was farming up for his Radiance. Does he have it now? No, it's just a relic. So it is going to be a slightly late Radiance, around that 16 to 17 minutes, or rather that 17-minute mark. He's not going to be able to farm 1400 gold in 1 minute. May not even be able to do so in 2 minutes. I suppose he needs 1,000 gold in 2 minutes. That's 500 GPM. Certainly possible.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But the real problem is that they have a distinct lack of follow-up. I mean, this was the second time we saw Mirel jump in dragon form on towards Niche, but wasn't able to take him down. I wonder when the second move will be made by Mirel. Maybe when he has the Orchid? Who knows? I do expect them to play a bit more passive right now until they're able to get some farm up. This will help Inner Circle though, because at the end of the day, 423, they're playing a Drow Ranger. It does feel like the roles have been reversed. Inner Circle were playing with a mid-game draft in that previous game, and it's now Yellow Submarine who are playing with the mid-game draft. All the meanwhile, in both the games, the Drow Ranger had essentially free farm. 423 may be at maybe the least farmed up core in the game, but things will accelerate for this Drow, as he does have the Yasha built up now. And things, it does seem like this will be a very impactful Drow Ranger game. Although Niche is having, perhaps the best game so far at the very top of the network chart, has the Witchblade, is again going to go for the Blink Dagger and he has enough gold to actually buy it out. With this Blink Dagger, perhaps he can create some very big openings for his team. At the same time, he has decided to switch it up. He has queued himself up a Lincoln Sphere, so perhaps with that Lincoln's, they might be able to get things done around the map, or rather survive, right? I think that the survival was a bit of a question mark for this, for Niche in that previous game, for this Puck. This game, it may not be that big issue when he does have that link, because he's actually chosen to skip the Blink Dagger. He went for the ultimate orb, and if those 15 attributes, again, it's a lot of HP going his way, a lot of mana as well,
Radiant are scanning.
and some decent attack speed and armor. Has 14 armor right now on this Puck. Oh, they found the Ringmaster. We'll be able to take him down thanks to this Observer Ward. It is being pinged out, so it will be dewarded.
To a point.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Say does see the side of Yellow Submarine. There is an Aghanim Scepter up for this Brewmaster, and almost an Orchid up for Mirel. He only needs about 300 gold to be able to create that. Meanwhile, Bottega continues to farm up for that Radiance. At the same time, Lies has a Blink Dagger, so he essentially will be doing the initiations. But if they target this Brew, they need to have a plan to take him out before he can come out with the split. Particularly as this Ringmaster is in the perfect position to drop down that escape hack to keep that Brew alive. It's in fact going to be Mirel who'll initiate first. Say will go down. And with that loss, in Inner Circle may decide to go back, because without that overgrowth, without that living armor, they cannot actually take a fight. 423 visible. The lines are being drawn, so perhaps they might make a move on this Drow Ranger. I mean, three of their heroes are moving towards him as we speak. But I think with the loss of the creep wave, 423 will be allowed to walk back. Or are they going to go for a wraparound in the jungle? 423, he's going to be spotted out. Channeling Infernal is going to walk on forward. 423 dodges, uses the gush, but does get hit by that stun. Wheel of Wonder goes out, hypnotized. 423 has fallen, and now Niche is in trouble. The Phantom's Embrace is going to silence him down, and he does not have an escape mechanism, but he found the shot away in the nick of time. Lies holding on to his arena, but Bottega has decided to join in. The Inkswell stun not going to land, but Ponlo has fallen, and in the end, Inner Circle will lose the two. Even though it's the Ringmaster to pick up both of those kills, it's still, at the end of the day, a dead Drow Ranger, a dead carry for Inner Circle. Even if it did come at the back of a lot of ultimates being used. The Wheel of Wonder, Dragon Form, as well as the Primal Split, which will be back up soon. So it's not the worst thing in the world, I suppose. Tormentor is going to be grabbed up. Say will acquire it. And, I mean, he has the Eyes in the Forest now. It should be renamed to Eyes of the Forest, or in the Forest also makes sense, but he's a living tree. I assume he can give life to the rest of the trees. Another Blink Dagger is actually up for Say. So they are essentially playing with two Blinks. Meanwhile, you now have a Lincoln Sphere up for Niche. So difficult initiation on this puck. Oh. That was a Blink Dagger coming in. My problem is these teams have a lot of Blink Daggers. I think 2 and 2. 4 Blink Daggers across both of these two teams, but it's an entire team fight in the works. Say it might end up going down. The arena will actually catch out a few heroes, but Yellow Submarine, they've actually gotten off to a great start. Niche is possibly not going to actually fall here. He does have the jaunt out, but that's just a disengagement. Meanwhile, Infernal trying to catch that Drow Ranger 423. He is in trouble. The rest of Yellow Submarines will be making their way towards 423. The Gust Send gets sent out, but it's not going to do a thing. Inner Circle will once again lose their carry. Niche, though, with the puck, perhaps he wants to take another fight. His Dream Call will be coming back up. Say has the Overgrowth as well. And sure enough, Yellow Submarine, despite of finding these kills, you have to always consider it's good that they're taking out a Drow, but they're not able to transition this into anything. And I really mean, it really just mean anything, right? Tier 1 Tower still standing across all of these 3 lanes, not having exactly taken any damage.
Middle tower is under attack.
So it's a big surprise how, or I have to hold that thought, it's actually Mirel who does get caught out. Euse is going to be disabled. Bottega uses Borrowed Time, and the escape pack comes in. So too does that Soulbind, as well as that Wheel of Wonder. Mirel will stay alive, and it will be Inner Circle who will lose both to Bottega. Absolutely close play coming in by this Abaddon. He was sent up into the air by the Mars's Use, decided to pop his Borrowed Time because otherwise he would not have been able to drop the shield on towards Mirel, and Mirel would have gone down. But coming back to that point, Tier 1 Tower is still standing across all 3 lanes. This is not a good look for the side of Inner Circle. If they go down, or rather, not a good look for the side of Yellow Submarine. Sure, it's a 2,000 network advantage, but that's all it is. Sooner or later, this Drow Ranger will be dishing out massive amounts of damage. And your Dragon Knight, your Brewmaster, your Abaddon will not be able to survive that kind of damage. So what exactly is going to be the game plan from Yellow Submarine to transition this game further is a bit of a mystery at the moment.
What a bounty!
Dragon Knight will end up going back.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Third Blink Dagger. Niche has one, Lights has one. Say has one.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Still, that is the first tower of the game that Yellow Submarine were able to acquire 26 minutes in. It's not exactly a super impressive timing, but they do open up the map with that tower kill, and they still have options. For the side of 423 though, BKB almost ready, and with this BKB he can hold his ground and fight. And as long as the rest of his team are able to hold that front line, 423 should be able to break through, to be able to pierce through Yellow Submarine. But again, those are some, just some what ifs. In the end, they've still lost the past two fights.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now on that tier 1 tower towards the mid lane. And one of the things of why they haven't been able to push super early on is that Treant Protector's living armor. That's what you always have to consider. He's able to heal the towers.
Radiant are scanning.
120 damage block too.
Is under attack.
Does get reduced obviously, but with every hit. But it's still, this is the reason why we're seeing so many Treant Protectors in the game now. 13 HP heal for 12 seconds, pretty significant. 150 to 160 HP heal.
Invisibility.
Damage block as well. 100 damage block actually, rather than 120. $423. Has the BKB now. The big question is, Yellow Submarine, where do they want to go with the Smoke of Deceit? It is, I mean, they might be able to come across the puck. Niche will stick around, deciding not to go through the gate. But Yellow Submarine won't be able to find anyone here, so it does seem like the Smoke of the Sea play won't work out. There is no tower to take out either. Oh, they saw the puck. Niche, though, was able to blink away. However, he did get a hit by that Orchid, as well as that Dragon Tail. Wheel of Wonder gets sent out, and the Hypnotize will make quick work of Niche. Yellow Submarine able to get the impossible done. In fact, even Ponlo will end up going down. They'd even spot out that Observer. Absolutely huge pay coming in by Problems. Able to drop down that Phantom's Embrace just for that Lincoln Sphere pop. And unfortunately for the puck, he wanted to go inside of the trees, but instead of going in, he went out. And with this, they should be able to acquire the Aegis. Because the puck is down for about 30 seconds. 10 seconds for the Hoodwink. So there's no way Yellow Submarine will, or rather, no way the Inner Circle can actually contest this objective.
Just what I've been waiting. Go for my power.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
4,000 of a net worth advantage right now. Tier 2 tower also under wraps because an Arcane Rune on Mirel has the Aegis, has the Dragon Form, level 3 Dragon Form. There's no way to contest this Dragon Knight with
Dire's top tower has fallen.
the way that he's standing in right now.
Radiant's bottom tower
Bloodthorn also at the ready, and Yellow Submarine will actually decide to ascend towards the tier 3s.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Inner Circle, they might be forced to defend this, but Yellow Submarine, the question is, do they really want to go high ground right now? They will end up going back as Problems was not able to catch Niche this time around. The creeps have been skipped, so then Yellow Submarine have to teleport back.
Radiant are scanning.
423 farming up in a pretty dangerous spot. Does have the BKB to disengage, but can't drop too low before he decides to BKB and TP out if it actually comes to that scenario. Mirel?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Niche will be able to teleport back.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Drow Ranger has the Soulbind, however, it's actually Niche who's able to wrap around, and Mirel is all alone. He'll activate his BKB, forced now to fight. 423 able to use the Hurricane and readjust. Mirel standing inside that arena with Bottega. Borrowed time comes out, as it does seem like this fight is divided, but finally they do have this Drow Ranger. His BKB forced out. 423 trying to make his adjustment, but unable to move in anywhere. Forced to just stand on that glacier, but will end up going down. Mirel has that Aegis. It will be popped, but with that second life, he will be able to win the fight for his team regardless. Even though it wasn't all that bad for Inner Circle. I mean, it's a Drow Ranger for the Ringmaster and a buyback on the Grimstroke and the Aegis. So essentially that is 3 heroes they were able to take down. A very sloppy team fight from Yellow Sub because they couldn't actually catch on to a target. Tormentor will be picked up, though Bottega has the Assault Cuirass. Ringmaster, Solar Crest, as well as the Glimmer Cape. These items are good, but Niche, he is ready to go on this Spock. He has the Shiva's Guard, survivability, and there doesn't really seem to be an easy way to actually catch him. Now, that's something that I mentioned last game as well, and it did seem like Yellow Submarine had a plan because they were able to catch Niche time and time again. This time, Niche is doing pretty well for himself. 7-1 and 7 has only gone down once. We saw that on that top lane, but apart from that, the Spock has just been a menace so far. 423, though, unfortunately, hasn't had the best of games. He is 0-5 and 3 right now. Still at the bottom of the network chart as far as the cores are concerned. I mean, Lice is below him, but he's several thousand behind that Abaddon. In fact, Bottega is at the very top of the chart right now, going for that Basher. Haven't exactly taken a look at Infernal's items so far. He has that A on this, so there's no way to burst Infernal down before he can get his Primal Split off. Mid lane, it's actually Lice who will activate his BKB, try to actually run. Mirel, though, he will be able to catch up to him. Lice, I don't know if that was a misclick because Lice perhaps probably wanted to use Bottega rather than himself. Bottega didn't actually come in with a silence, so I might have been a misclick, might have not, who really knows. I do know that the Mars would have actually gone down regardless. I think the Blink Dagger would have come back online. They would have jumped him anyway.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ponlo, Vladimir's, as well as that Spirit Vessel, actually going for that date. I don't think he's going to make that dateless. I would be very surprised if they go make a dateless. Ponlo, actually going to come across Mirel. They do have the Breath of Fire on him, and they manage to get the Bloodthorn. Ponlo is a goner.
Dire's bottom tower is under
4-2-3.
Dire's bottom
Pretty far away from his butterfly, but maybe if you can... I don't even think the butterfly actually does anything in this game, because you have that Bloodthorn coming in from that Dragon Knight. You also have the Nullifier. So it's a bit scary
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
how they have answers to the future itemization of the Drow Ranger.
Has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Illusion Rune up for Niche, so he has a way to actually dodge that Dragon Tail projectile, at least for the time that he has that rune. Oh, this might be a good setup by Inner Circle. They absolutely need to win this engagement, but it's in fact going to be Pamlo who gets caught. He will end up going down first, but Lice comes in with a 3-man arena towards that backline. Lice too needs to be careful. It's another good setup coming in by Say's Overgrowth. However, Bottega is holding on strong towards that front line, and 423 is the one in big trouble. They'll be able to take 423 down. Miro has the Glimmer Cave, so will stay alive with that Aphotic Shield. It'll be Niche who'll actually end up going down. Inner Circle, that one step down towards the stairs by Ponlo gave Yellow Submarine that glimpse of information, and they just went all in. Oh man, that was... This has spiraled out of hand, honestly, for Inner Circle. Yellow Submarine, they now possess a 14,000 net worth advantage. They have demonstrated time and time again that they've been able to take apart this Drow Ranger. Sure, he has a Daedalus, but his marksmanship does not kick in as long as Yellow Submarine close that gap. And they have been able to consistently close that gap. A full Abyssal Blade up for Bottega. Brewmaster? Or rather, it's actually Say who's... Yeah, Sentry Ward,
Middle tower is under
easy enough for... Well, in order to take Say down. High ground not yet besieged though. That is the one good thing for Inner Circle. They are playing with a carry that can hold the high ground pretty well. And if you can win a team fight on your high ground, I think 423 can carry the game from there. It's a long road to recovery though. You're going to have to defend your high ground at least twice before you're on an equal footing to Yellow Submarine. And you can't lose your high ground even once. And considering that there's going to be a banner against you and Aegis against you, it is most definitely going to be a difficult task. Bottega's smoke was revealed, but the Parasma doesn't do as much when you have an Abaddon on the other side, right? It's just a Dispel coming in. But it's Niche though. He gets caught towards that top lane, has the BKB trying to go for the teleport out, but will not be possible. Even if that Abyssal didn't kick in, they would have still had enough damage to take him out. And right now, does not have a buyback. So somehow, Yellow's Inner Circle will have to find a way to defend their high ground, defend their barracks without their Drow Ranger. The worst case scenario possible.
Radiant's middle tower is under
banner has been placed down, so at the very least, this will be one full lane of barracks, and I think that Inner Circle will not contest this. It's just simply impossible. Mirel will have his dragon form up soon, and I think Yellow Submarine realized with the fact that how easily they let that barracks go, that there is no buyback for their drow on the drow. So they'll might be able to come out with several, or rather the 2 lanes of barracks that came in for. The only reason they don't go for more is because of the fact that there is a tier 2 still standing. Oh no, Niche ended up going down. He does have a buyback on himself. So at the very least, when the Drow Ranger does respawn, they'll be able to come out. Or rather, there is no tier 2. I thought it was the Eyes of the Forest. The tier 3s, they're vulnerable. Mega Creeps almost in the hands of Yellow Submarine. Niche has to buy back to come back in, but they've already made quick work of the ranged barracks. Only the melee barracks stand as towards that backline. Lice goes in to buy a bit of breathing room. Niche able to take out apart the Ringmaster, but Mirel, he has the BKB, has that Aegis. Infernal will activate his Primal Split and make his way towards that Drow Ranger. Sending 423 up into the air. They're trying to take out the barracks with just a split. I don't know if this will be possible, but maybe with the Solar Crest kicking in, they should be able to. Infernal has another Primal Split available with that Refresher Orb. You send 423 up into the air, and in the end, Yellow Submarine will acquire Mega Creeps. As again, it's another Refresher, this time in the hands of Lice, who will go in for that second arena. But it's not done anything. Niche will end up dropping with... That's a dieback for that puck. Lice will actually call GG before this fight concludes. Yellow Submarine will be able to clean sweep Inner Circle and advance in the lower bracket. Inner Circle, though, they will be eliminated from the EPL Championship. Yellow Submarine certainly coming in with a pretty solid game plan for both games. In game number 1, it did go a bit awry towards that mid game where there was a comeback in the making for Inner Circle, but towards this second game, I will say it looked pretty convincing. Even though they were playing against the clock, against the Drow Ranger, they somehow were always able to shut 423 down. They had a plan for that Drow, and they had a plan for Niche as well. We saw the puck getting caught out. Overall, I would say a splendid series coming up by Yellow Submarine, and I do hope that Inner Circle we're obviously going to see a lot more of them. They've been doing pretty well in some tier 1 qualifiers. So I do expect this lineup to continue, at least a lot of the players. And hopefully we see Inner Circle back again at EPL. Won't be possible for this season, but maybe for next season. For now, guys, this was it for this series, but we still have one more lined up for you. It is going to be in about 48 minutes though, so you guys do have a bit of a break, so go have some tea, have some snacks, and then make sure to tune back in for the next series at EPL Championship. For now, I will be signing out, but I hope to see you all in about an hour. will have to give it their all. It is, at the end of the day, an elimination match. No prize pool up until this point. I costed one match of the Winter Bears, and that was in the upper brackets. Unfortunately, they couldn't come up with a win, but like that was the match that dropped them down to the lower brackets. But I was impressed by their performance. Let's see if Rune Eaters, though, they can keep up with the pressure the Winter Bears like to apply, or rather will be applying, because you do have that Phoenix, you do have that probable mid lane Tiny. Rune Eaters, though, they come out with the Kunkka and the Morta. Morta is decent against the Phoenix's egg, kind of decent, but the rest of these two heroes are not. The Kunkka and the Treant Protector, especially in particular the Treant, right? One of the slowest attack speed heroes in the game. Kunkka isn't really an attack speed based hero either. Winter Bears come out with the Huskar. They are wasting no time with the tempo picks. And perhaps this will mean that Rune Eaters can actually go for a carry Morta rather than, a support Morta, which is what this Morta was probably going to be playing, right? You want to drop down that calling. Once the Phoenix tries to dive in, just silence the Phoenix and make sure that the egg can't come out. That is the biggest benefit of the Morta versus the Phoenix. But I can't see Rune Eater's heroes surviving for too long. And I think you need someone like the Morta. The Whale will, it's going to be very difficult for the Huskar to take you down. Tiny can't target you with a toss either. He can't toss someone on top of you, but can't target you. Or rather, I think you can. Yeah, I think the Morta can still be targeted. So, excuse whatever I just said there. Leshrac comes out from Rune Eaters. So at the very least, these are the two cores, right? Leshrac and the Kunkka. Does mean the Kunkka is going to be on the off lane. Leshrac on that mid lane. Morta Treant as supports potentially. Winter Bears, though, they do have their work cut out for them.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We'll see what they end up going for. Rune Eaters, last ban coming out from them, or rather will be coming up from them. They certainly have their work cut out. Apart from this Leshrac, they could have actually gone for a sniper. I know the Viper was banned out, but the sniper does phenomenal against the Huskar. Also decent against the Tiny, because it's quite risky to jump that deep against a sniper. You had the Kunkka, you had the living armor from the Treant Protector to protect that sniper, but still, they can still go for the sniper. You do have tanky heroes, so Rune Eaters can play that on that carry position. But Winter Bears, for them, that mid lane should be their strongest suit. Huskar versus Leshrac is, should be won by the Huskar. At the same time, some rotations can come in from Rune Eaters. They can take the Huskar down at the same time. So it is a bit back and forth. Winter Bears will ban out the Templar Assassin. Rune Eaters will ban out that Invoker. Still, it's I'm not exactly too sure of what carry Rune Eaters should be going for, and that's certainly a carry is what Winter Bears are expecting. Rune Eaters will actually go for a Morphling. I have seen Yowai play with this quite a bit, particularly before he was with Rune Eaters. Yowai has played with a lot of teams before. His Morphling is pretty good, but I am a critic of the Morphling. I do not think that this is the kind of game where the Morphling is going to the kind of game where the Morphling is expected to shine. You have the Avalanche Toss, you have the Phoenix, and as well as the Huskar, the Mars who's gonna come in at this. While I say that, sorry, Winter Bears did go for that Alchemist as their carry. Ivan is playing a very unconventional hero, not normally seen in most competitive games. I believe the last time I saw an Alchemist carry, it got obliterated. But let's see what the Alchemist will be able to do. Certainly does have the availability of a lot of space around the map. And Winter Bears have always been, I have been costing them for... I remember the first time I costed Winter Bears was several months ago. And at that time, they played a Beast Monster on that mid lane before anyone else was doing it. They also played with a Doom on the carry position. I believe it was Reality who was playing at that time with Winter Bears. So they, ever since I first saw a glimpse of the Winter Bears, I have seen some unconventional picks. This does not surprise me. I wonder how well the Alchemist will do, though. I have to say I do not I'm not a big fan of both teams carry heroes right now. The Morphling as well as the Alchemist doesn't. It certainly seems like there are so many other heroes that can do what both teams are trying to do with their carries. Uh, but at the end of the day, let's see how well it will work. It is a 4 Protect 1 draw for Rune Eaters, a pseudo 4 Protect 1 draw for Winter Bears, because Alchemist doesn't need that much time to actually farm up. You just need to get to your Radiance and then the Blink Dagger. Everything else will come out super quick. And then in the late game, you can start pulling in some Scepters. Maybe even decide to give a Scepter early on, because I'm sure that the Huskar will love that Scepter just for the ability to take out that Morphling. It's one of those games where I wouldn't actually mind the carry Alchemist farming up to boost the Huskar rather than just farm for himself. It is a Grandmaster Alchemist at the end of the day.
First time.
Are you lost?
Death doesn't rule this place. I do.
Good luck, half funds will be traded out as the game will, or rather should, resume.
I'm really freaking out. You're all washed up. Straight to the bottom with you.
What a mess! What a mess!
Who was the one that paused? It was a Tiny that paused the game, so that means that Winter Bears are using their pause time. The only reason I bring that up is because I know our lovely admin, is has many watches to keep in track of the watch time, of the pause time. And there's the pause. It's going to be Mr. Fortnite, man. I remember there were a few Reddit posts on Fortnite, man, and he got a lot of I would say a lot of popularity because of his nickname.
Straight to the bottom.
Fortnite man came out with some pretty good wins as well when he started his career in Dota. But it was. I think that community had a blast seeing someone whose nickname is Fortnite man win games. It was something definitely fun to see. I will talk a bit about the laning phase and the overall scenario that both teams are going to be staring at the barrel of those lanes, but just the one thing that I'm struggling with is who actually comes out ahead as far as the full 5v5 lineup goes.
I'm really freaking out.
I suppose it just depends on this mid lane matchup. I suppose at least for the first 15 minutes of the game, I think it really depends on whether or not this Huskar can snowball. At the end of the day, that is how Huskars play. On the other side, the Leshrac, I think, also depends on whether or not how well the Leshrac does. If this Leshrac doesn't get squeezed completely, I think the Leshrac is going to be fine. Reconnect is going to be there from Mr. Fortnite. And Ivan is going to suggest that they're ready. Game is going to be unpaused, and the first game between the Winter Bears and Rune Eaters is going to be underway. A full 5-man smoke very early on, so the smoke will run out by the time they reach the other side of the river. There are multiple Grandmasters, 3 actually. Winter Bears certainly bringing out their most experienced heroes for this one. Fortnite man as a Grandmaster. Delight is a Grandmaster, as well as Ivan. On the other side, there's only one lone Grandmaster there. It's going to be Ethereal. Impressive performance on Ethereal. Last time I saw Rune Eaters, I know that Yowai is someone who probably receives the most amount of spotlight on Rune Eaters. He is I believe, the only one with a verified Liquipedia page. But these are, I think, in my opinion, two evenly matched teams. I would give the edge to Winter Bears, just on the basis of how these individual teams performed. It was against different opponents, of course. So, and that's one of the advantages of a double elimination playoff no grip stage, right? There are a lot of these matchups have been where the same matchup has not happened twice, right? In a group stage format, where you have a group stage and then a playoff, a lot of matchups do happen again.
The battle begins.
Mid lane Bounty Rune waveform, he might be in danger. He does dish out that avalanche and will be able to walk back thanks to it. We'll just go back to the lane. 3 heroes from the Winter Bears towards this top lane. Perhaps they can make a play towards this Morphling. As Yowai... Oh no, Ivan is just gonna hop back to his lane. He's gonna be using the Psyops. Alchemist plus Phoenix, actually, versus the Kunkka and Amurta. This should be a lane that the Kunkka should win. I think just the fact that these are... It's pretty easy to dish out a harassment on towards the Alchemist. The Tidebringer from the Kunkka, as well as the dead shots coming in from Anisan, is probably going to be something that Ivan can't counter up. Sure, the Phoenix is one of those heroes that does trade pretty well. Doesn't trade well against Amurta though. It's that Gunslinger coming in, which means that the trades 18% of the time at the level 1 mark will always work against you. Because he can essentially dish out a hit against Ivan too. But may actually just go for the calling. So he can disable that dive out from Delight if Delight is not careful. At the same time, on the flip side is the fact that the Phoenix is pretty good hero against HP based heroes, right? Like the Kunkka, 852 HP is going to be working against him against the Phoenix. Ivan, courtesy of the concoctions, should be able to farm up, but right now he's pushed the lane out a bit too much. Just depends on whether or not Anku can actually get these creeps. He misses the 3 of them and will be able to acquire at least the remainder. Mid lane, this is the lane that will determine the pace of the early game. Panda versus Ethereal. Huskar versus the Leshrac. We will see how well of a game the Leshrac actually has against Panda, as I think these are 2 evenly matched mid lane players as well. As impressed as I was with Ethereal's performance, I think Panda had a pretty good performance as well in the last series I saw Winter Bears in. But he's playing a matchup which is very favorable towards himself. Should be able to dominate this lane. Ethereal cannot stand against the burning spears. But Panda always needs to be careful. And Leshrac has gone for the chronoptic nourishment facet. This facet does really not does not help him against Panda. The diabolic edict will not be as big of a deterrent against Panda, who wants to continually dish out the burning spears. Top side is going to be Yowai and Monodrama versus Fortnite Man and Waveform. This is an okay lane for both sides, I think. I think Yowai should be fine farming up as long as he doesn't get bursted down from the Avalanche Toss and Spear Rebuke. 4 spells that dish out damage. I think as long as he can dodge and keep himself safe from that. From spell use, I think he's going to be fine. Yowai can just continue to farm. At the same time, one simple rotation from the Phoenix and things can quickly change because Yowai won't be able to heal as effectively under the effects of the DPS coming in from that Phoenix. And not to mention, he's probably going to be the target of these rotations coming in from Panda whenever he does decide to rotate. Maybe even rotations from Ivan on the Alchemist, because that stun is pretty good. Tiny Waveform wants to come in but can't, unfortunately. There is an observer ward there, so Ethereal will always be able to spot out that Tiny, unless, of course, Waveform comes in from the Smoke of Deceit play. It's daytime, so Ethereal sees the Tiny come in and will actually just activate his Edict. Anisan teleports in too, but Waveform was able to dish out the toss. And it's going to be Anisan who actually falls first. Ethereal still going all in with the Edict. Waveform turns it around with a Lotus, and Ethereal is going to fall. Winter Bears are able to acquire 2 kills, and they don't even lose to Tiny. Waveform certainly coming in clutch. Well, I mean, it seemed like he was just walking into his own death, but turns out he had an action plan all along. And they'll even be able to take out the Observer Ward as it was about to expire. I believe it barely had about 5 seconds left on it. And Winter Bears, 3 very quick objectives. 50 gold also wasted away from the other side. It's also something to consider. Tiny still hanging around as Panda. He's going to be pretty happy about that exchange. He has double the CS of Ethereal. And this is really not a game, or rather a lane that's working out too well for him. But that was to be expected. So then the question is, what is going to be their recovery strategy? What is going to be their game plan once things start to shift? Anku actually ends up going down as Ethereal got a hit by Panda's ultimate. I don't think Panda wants to stick around in that position though. The Edict means that Panda might actually go down, but there's another life break online for Panda. He's gonna go in again. Ethereal should go down first, and it's actually Winter Bears who will be able to acquire kills all across the map. Fortnite Man able to take down Monodrama as Panda does go down, but Waveform also took out the Morta, so it's literally kills all across all 3 lanes. And even as Panda died, he gave away no experience to the other side. In fact, him dying over there actually helps them out because now he can just teleport back into the lane if he wants to. Waveform has the invisibility rune. He's actually going to send Ethereal flying back, and Panda may not have the life break, but Waveform, he also does not have the avalanche. So Ethereal will stay alive, but will definitely count himself lucky, as it was a combination of no mana and no ultimate available on the Huskar that actually resulted in him sticking around a little while longer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ivan goes down towards that bot lane. Anku able to get a great kill to be actually. Shrines of Wisdom are going to be exchanged. It was actually Fortnite Man to pick up his own Shrine of Wisdom, so there's going to be at least one support on Winter Bears struggling in that regard. Delight able to dive away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Monodrama comes in. Delight is not gonna get hit by that death shot, but Ani-san just needed 1 or 2 more hits. Will be able to take the Phoenix down. And all in all, not too bad for Rune Eaters. Sure, they overall across the map they have lost out on quite a lot more kills, but they take down the Alchemist. They're applying pressure across the map. Farming up for their own objectives is obviously going to be the biggest benefit they have from this current laning phase. It isn't going to last for too long now. Yovai has decent farm, 50 lost hits. Will have his Vladimirs at a decent time, and then he can think about even going back to the jungle if he has to, if Panda applies too much pressure on him. So I think that both sides are pretty happy with the first power spike of the game coming out for Winter Bears. They now have the armlet up. Panda is now a force to be reckoned with, and if I was Rune Eaters, I would not decide to reckon. Ivan actually goes down again. Monodrama will be traded out, and so too will Onku. So it will be 2 heroes for the price of 1. However, not too bad from Rune Eaters. They take out the carry, and as long as you're taking out the Alchemist while your Y is continuing to farm up, I think Rune Eaters are in a pretty good spot with that entire trade-off. Sure, they lose their own offlaner, they do lose a core, but at the end of the day, it is a 4 protect 1 strategy. At the end of the day, the Morphling on Rune Eaters is the most important hero to keep alive. Without this Morphling, they don't stand a chance. So trade anyone you can, trade everyone in fact, apart from this Morphling. Panda, that is the scary thing. Panda right now has about 5,000 net worth. He is 1,200 net worth above the Leshrac, and things don't seem like there's no incoming threat to Panda. He has the entire armlet up, and outside of stacking up the DPS on Panda, you can't stop him from being able to toggle the armlet. Right now, though, you have the Mars. You actually have quite a few heroes available. 3 heroes on this mid lane. From both sides, in fact. Ivan should really be careful. Now, he will have a decentish time on that Radiance. It's not the fastest when you consider the fact it is an Alchemist, but not too bad either. But it's that mid lane where you know Winter Bears want to break through this lane. As soon as they get at one tower, they can look for more. But right now, they have seen Yuwai. He has used his May form. Unfortunately, he will go with the Tides and will be able to just run back. With the Vladimirs, this is what the Morphling does. Just fall back to the jungle, continue to farm up while Winter Bears try to hunt for you. However, the smoke won't actually be wasted because at the end of the day, they are going to be able to take a tower, but not a great trade because Ivan again goes down. He is 0-3 currently.
Top tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
Panda was able to take the top side tower down. It will be Rune Eaters who will be able to acquire the bot lane tower. I think these trades, you know, it's great and all that Winter Bears are doing pretty well on their Huskar, but at the end of the day, the carry versus carry matchup does not work in their favor. So sooner or later, they are going to have to think about how they plan on keeping their Alchemists alive, or at the very least, pressurizing Rune Eaters to the point where their Alchemist is safe enough to farm. I think that is right now a big weak point for Winter Bears. They're just not able to apply enough pressure.
Почему всегда я?
Dire structures are
Ethereal, no Blink Dagger up. Fortnite man, though, he looks like he's ready. Phoenix will dive in first. The egg comes out. Ethereal is slowed down, and the life break comes out from a Panda. However, the calling will silence some heroes down. Arena is holding the 3 in, but really, no one has actually fallen from both sides. It seems like Rune Eaters, they're perfectly fine in this position. Egg being used, Arena being used, Alchemist continuing to farm. So I know it's an even trade-off, but really, Winter Bears now are going to be on the back foot for at least the while their abilities are on cooldown. I think Rune Eaters should use this timing to at least take a tier 1 tower down. They have about 70 seconds, at least for the Arena to come back up. And I get the problem, I get the difficulty in being able to take a tower is the fact that Panda will be there to defend it. And he, as he has shown, is not hesitant at all in just jumping your heroes.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Waveform. Needs to be careful. Overgrowth is going to come out though, so he is going to end up taking a bow. Ghost Ship is actually going to be used too. Does manage to find a toss before going down. But again, it's a support tiny. As long as the Winter Bears hold on to their tower, it is going to be fine. Edict will mean this tower falls. He has not gone for... I mean, he's gone for the nourishment facet, so tower does take in the Edict damage rather than the Misanthropy. 3-man smoke. Blink Dagger is going to be quite a few ways away, as it doesn't even seem like Ethereal has queued up the Blink Dagger. It seems like he wants to be going for the Kaya.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Panda. Right in the middle of that torrent. And Onku was thinking about that X mark, but does not decide to dish it out. 4,000 of a lead right now for the Winter Bears. They are farming up considerably faster. It is a deceptive lead. Again, this is brought up every single time an Alchemist is in the pool. It's an Alchemist. At the end of the day, it's the fact that he is going to be having an inflated net worth. Fortnite Man has the Blink Dagger, so Ethereal can't actually walk in too close. And that's what Rune Eaters are afraid of. But still, you can tell the strategy from both sides. They're actually fighting with 4 heroes versus 4 heroes while allowing their carry to farm. It does seem like Winter Bears are playing with the exact same 4 Protect 1 strat with Ivan just farming away. They will be less patient though. At the end of the day, it's the fact that the Alchemist is not going to scale as hard as the Morphling will, but the Alchemist will have his own time to shine as the Blink Dagger is up for Ivan. So now he can actually create some plays if he wants to. Waveform has a Blink Dagger too on the Tiny. And there he goes. He's actually going to send the Leshrac up into the air. Ethereal is going to end up dropping. Rune Eaters will go back. No choice in the matter, really. They cannot actually fight without their Leshrac. Even if they bring the Kunkka in, they can't actually take that fight. Fortnite Man comes in. Anku has decided to teleport in, but before being able to drop a spell, he gets skewered. X-Mark has been dished out. Will they actually engage any further? Again, they are trying to play it safe, but Fortnite Man comes in with the arena catching Rune Eaters off guard. Anisan and Anku go down. So too will the tier 1 tower eventually, as soon as the glyph wears out. Quick initiations coming in by Winter Bears. Certainly, now that they have built up a 6,000 lead, this is looking more convincing from them. And the fact that Ivan's Blink Dagger initiation has worked out and he's gone back to farm is going to help them too. 3,000 ahead of the Morphling pretty soon. Manta Style is up though for Yowai. So it's not going to be a position where Rune Eaters will be so far behind. I don't think they're going to be too pressured. The critical point will be this Aegis though, as Waveform will take a bow, maybe even Delight, but he has the egg and is in perfect position. They can't get to the egg. Ethereal has already dropped. Yowai though will be able to take out Panda. Fortnite Man does go in, but the question is, where is Ivan? They desperately are in need of their Alchemist. He now joins the fray. Yowai has the Waveform, so he can just reposition back to that high ground. At the same time, Delight is going to stick around for a little while longer, but this exchange goes in favor of Rune Eaters because they only lost their Leshrac. They do take out Panda, and it's not taking out Panda, it's the fact that it's the Morphling that took Panda out. Got about 500 gold from that entire exchange, so it's really well worth it for Yowai. And for Winter Bears, if they are going to lose a hero or two, it cannot be to that Morphling. Although you can't exactly decide that for yourself. Especially since The dire side is probably going to give kills to the Morphling. Torrent, oh no, it's another backline initiation. Fortnite man just coming in absolutely perfect with these arenas time and time again. Panda with now the double kill and the Aegis under wraps. Monodrama is thinking about it, but he's not going to actually go for it. I have to say the MVP of this game is looking like Fortnite man so far. Sure, Panda has been having the time of his life too with the Huskar, but these initiations from Fortnite man catching Rune Eaters off guard each and every single time, he is looking super good for his team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Waveform will acquire the shard. It's actually not a good shard. It's better on a core tiny where you want to farm up. On the support tiny, I mean, it increases your toss damage by about 100, so it's not as bad. But definitely, I think the Phoenix shard would have been a lot better. I think on probably anyone, the shard would have been better. Monodrama? Oh, they even used the dust. They will drop down the sentry, so they will spot out Monodrama. He will go down. And they also find the eye that was in the forest. Overall, not too bad, right? 400-ish gold going their way. Delight will try to steal the Shrine of Wisdom. Won't actually be possible. Ani-san will be able to secure it for his own team and will be able to teleport away from Delight, who does not have any use or any item like that. But right now, it is Yuwai in massive danger. He is going to get sent up into the air, and the only hope for Rune Eaters has gone down. Again, this was something I brought up in the early game. You can lose anyone on your team apart from the Morphling. In the end, he is your only hope. Ethereal has not been having a good game. Sure, partly, majorly because his matchup was very poor against the Huskar. Can't do much. But it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to find that comeback either, because he's playing against strength-based heroes who are super good at jumping against you.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean,
Dire's top
they're losing space. They're losing map control all across.
bottom tower is under attack.
Panda has a BKB now. I'm not too sure of what Rune Eater's game plan is going to be, because sooner or later, by that 24-minute mark, or maybe by that 25-minute mark, they won't have a tier 2 tower standing. Panda has about a full minute and a half on his Aegis,
Radiant's
and they might as well go high ground rather than go for the tier 2. At least use the last minute of that Aegis
Dire's middle
to be able to take a tier 2 tower down, or rather go for a tier 3. There is a different strategy in mind, though. It does seem like they want to go for a play on towards Ethereal, who does have that teleport out, as well as the Guardian Greaves, but unable to teleport away against Fortnite Man. He will realize this, and he will just end up falling. Hanku able to X-mark himself back in the nick of time.
under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
There's a gem on the Alchemist. This is actually pretty good because of the fact that you have taken out so many of these objectives. You should be able to deward the map, and then the enemies, Rune Eaters, are just going to be playing blind. I think Rune Eaters have had enough though. They will go for a smoke of the sea play. They see waveform. They start things off with the torrent, the calling, and the actual waveform. UI is going to be able to take the Tiny out. He does live for a surprisingly long time. And now Panda is in. He needs to find a target. He does see the Morphling as Fortnite Man goes in. The egg is going to be taken out though, as Panda still has the Aegis. So that means that Rune Eaters cannot actually contest him. Panda, no Blink Dagger available from his side, as Ivan does not have the chemical concoction. However, you do have Fortnite Man. He does not need the arena. He's gonna come in with a 2-man spear and will make quick work of Ethereal and Ani. Rune Eaters, despite of that being the best fight they've had in the entire game, still don't manage the team fight win.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Tier 2 tower has gone down. Waveform. Or rather, it's actually UI. Waveform will toss UI on towards that Mars. Delight is going to jump in too. Arena comes out on Fortnite Man. It's actually going to hold UI in place. The only question is, where is Ivan? Where's Panda? Panda's actually here now. He will use a life break on that Morphling as a 2-man concoction comes out from Ivan. Waveform goes in for an avalanche toss. Even Fortnite Man's going to jump in. Leshrac, Ethereal will end up going down. Kunkka will be the next one to fall, as 4 heroes from Rune Eaters will end up going down. 20,000 of a lead for Winter Bears. The only one who is actually going to stay alive is that Tree and Protector, Monodrama. But he won't have a team alive with him.
Top tower is under attack.
Tier 3 towers are going to be breached.
Top tower has
Barracks is now vulnerable, but with 30 seconds without a Morphling, 12 seconds without a Leshrac, this is at least going to be a melee barracks to fall. But I have a feeling Winter Bears won't stop until they find the entirety of the barracks.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
At the very least, there is still time to turn this game around. Your Morphling almost has a butterfly. If you can get to the butterfly, perhaps maybe go for a BKB after that. Maybe you can fight against the Winter Bears, because you have to keep in mind this big lead that Ivan actually possesses isn't as high as you would think. It is inflated net worth, and the real lead is probably around that 15 to 17 game mark. Although that is also still pretty significant. It's still a scenario where you can find a comeback. 81% probability means that you have a 20% chance of coming back into this game. Okay, yeah, 20% chance of coming back into this game, which is not that bad, honestly. It's in a scenario where, you know, you're playing against a Hotscar, your Leshrax had a terrible game, and Fortnite Man has been finding initiations all across, so it's unlikely but possible.
so soon. Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Waveform found the Morta. Onisan is gonna go down. Although it is just a support pick, and the real objective is Roshan, so you can lose these heroes. It's fine as long as UI continues to farm. Maybe even split push, take a tier 2 tower down. Butterfly is up as UI has switched his Remnant's Brooch to a BKB. I really like this approach.
Dire's middle
You need that BKB. Unfortunately, Ethereal, he is visible. He does not know it, but there is perhaps an Observer Ward on top of him. No BKB available for Ethereal, though. He is going to get ran down. I mean, he can try to buy time as much as he wants. At the end, Fortnite Man has him under wraps. Oh no, Ivan. Oh no, Yawai actually went down as well. This is probably now a 10% chance of actually taking this game. I say that because Roshan, there's no way to stop Roshan from falling now. You cannot contest this. In fact, you may not have any cores left around the map. Onku is also being eyed. Fortnite Man is going to come in with the spear. Will be able to catch Onku. Meanwhile, the Huskar is coming in. Onku does buy a bit of space though, so at the very least, he, you know, is going to buy time for his team to respawn, even though he will go down here. But not by much. I doubt they were interested in pushing. I think they really want Roshan, and they'll be able to get this objective. A 4v5 defense without the ghost ship, without that big stun coming into play, is probably not going to be possible. Panda able to pick up, or rather will be acquiring the Aegis. They have the Roshan's banner too, so it's only a matter of time before they make their play towards that throne, or, well, towards the barracks. The only question is, can UI farm up in time?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ivan does disconnect from the game, but should be reconnecting. There is a bit of lag that he is facing. Do have the Aghanim Scepter as well as the pipe. I mean, Onku's done his job, honestly. As far as farming up for these core items goes, maybe the tidal wave, once he gets that, will also be a benefit. Although I'm not sure if he can get that right now. There's nowhere to farm, not while his base is being besieged. UI really needs to get to that BKB. That is the only chance UI has to actually stand his ground and fight. Otherwise, he is just going to get kited for days. Still, though, it does seem like I mean, more than likely this game will go in the hands of Winter Bears. They actually played a phenomenal game. I have to say, Ivan not for taking too much time to join his team. He started coming in those fights as soon as he got that Radiance and that Blink Dagger. Panda had a phenomenal game. MVP from my side will always be Fortnite Man for this game. I mean, his arenas determined the smooth transition from the early to mid game for Winter Bears. Two-man arenas, or rather two-man spears as well, like we saw multiple times this game, and even Waveform picked himself back up. The Avalanche tosses have been on point. He has been finding the openings time and time again. I have to say, everyone from Winter Bears played this really well. Even Delight with his egg positions has been pretty good. So were Rune Eaters just a bit outclassed in this one? Perhaps. It does seem like that is the case. UI honestly has not had any game impact. I mean, he's 1-3-1. Uh, More of a game of carry simulator rather than. And this it does seem a bit unfortunate, right? They're so close to these items. Ethereal pretty close to his Shiva's Guard, just needs one more component. Morphling pretty close to his BKB, just needs about 1,000, or rather 600 gold. Kunkka 300 gold from his shard. Just so close and yet so far away. Hmm. Ivan still has not reconnected into the game.
I'm really freaking out.
Even the Phoenix's orbs are tiny phoenixes. I never actually knew this. I thought they were just orbs. But they're no, they're tiny phoenixes. I didn't know the phoenix was an owl as well. Interesting. One eye closed on a gnome, one eye open. Meanwhile, the alchemist has both eyes. Back when I started playing Star Dota, I tried playing it with a third person's view, like this, like an actual RPG game. Obviously, does not work. Well, as far as I know, I'm not sure if anyone's been able to make it work. But it does give a nice perspective on the game. The big question is, I mean, there's no teleport on the Morphling. He has about 24 seconds remaining on his TP. 24 seconds of a cooldown. There is no glyph available. I believe it just got used, and the banner has been dropped down. So this will be an incoming push that Rune Eaters will not have their Morphling for. Now, in a potential 4v5, because that's always a possibility if someone is not able to reconnect, I doubt Rune Eaters are going to give Winter Bears their pause time. I mean, they can choose to. They can also choose to forfeit in respect because by all the metrics they might not win. But I mean, if I were in their position, I would play the heck out of this game. I would try to win until the very end. Even if it's 4v5, I would still try to win. Or even if the other side had a disconnect, I would, just in any scenario, in any circumstance, I would pretty much just try to win. Have you guys been in that position where you're in a game, you're getting destroyed, but then the opponent's carry or opponent's core disconnects, and then you have that brief pause in your mind. You're like, wait, now we actually have a pretty good shot at actually winning the game, right? It almost rejuvenates you. It exhilarates. It's exhilarating to the point where gives you that refreshed outlook on the scenario of the game. I know I'm rambling a bit, but have to ramble, I suppose. These supports are not offering too much for or towards Rune Eaters. They're I mean, to be fair, there's not really much they can do in the first place. Well, now the ball is in the Rune Eater's court. And they will do the honorable thing. Rune Eaters have decided to give Winter Bears additional 5 minutes of pause time so that Winter Bears can get their issues sorted. That is, it's like a Ned Stark honor. It's like honorable until the very end. Because to be frank, their win chances increase significantly if they decide not to give any pause time. And in a competitive game, you wouldn't. I would have had zero blame on them if they decided not to give that pause time. I think that is pretty much fair. You are playing for tournament lives. You have not yet hit the point in the tournament where prize pool kicks in. All of your effort, is essentially hinged on you getting to that prize pool in the grand finals. So obviously people think about this in different ways. I know a lot of pro talent have like mixed opinion on this. That being said, I wonder when there's a version where uh, you then have to give your own pause time to the other team. I wonder if that will come into play because that is an entirely different scenario, right? Our lovely admin didn't give Winter Bears Rune Eaters pause time. He gave them an additional pause time by common agreement with the other side. Hmm. Still waiting, I suppose. And now the chat has gone to a language that I cannot understand, so I cannot be the translator anymore. Or I suppose I was never the translator because you can see the messages on the screen there.
You have my respect.
Well, Rune Eaters have been given the green light to actually unpause this game. It's still not a certainty that they'll actually win if they decide to play 4v5, or rather 5v4. But since the ball is in their court, they can also choose not to unpause. We may be in a stalemate forever.
Это наш шанс, это наш, это наш.
Also, the big question is also going to be Winter Bears playing after in the second game. Like even if they win right now, they might need to have one of the registered stand-ins come in. But also a bit unlucky, right? It's a few more minutes is all what Winter Bears would have needed to close this game out. Um,
это наш шанс, это наш, это наш.
I have also asked for an update from the admins,
Это наш шанс, это наш, это наш.
but I am pretty sure my update is also the update I'm going to receive from the admin is also going to be the same as the update on our in front of our screens right now. Could have sworn it was a 28,000 lead.
Freaking out.
No more games.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, the game has been resumed,
Top tower is under attack.
and Winter Bears do not have their alchemist. They don't actually have their carry, so technically they don't have 29,000 of net worth. But that's not the way you would look at it. This alchemist is 6-slotted towards the end there, so perhaps they can actually still end this game.
Radiant
But all my analysis does go out the window. Ivan actually, wow, he reconnects,
Это наш.
and he will pause the game. He reconnected and paused the game. He will receive a tip for it too. But the game will resume, and good guy Ivan will also send out the apologies. But no worries, now that the game is back to a 5v5,
under attack.
now the analysis that went out the window flies back in, and it's a big advantage right now for Winter Bears. Their banner has been taken down. Mortal did get speared back, but the tidal wave comes in. However, Fortnite Man found another great arena. BKB is activated, but Winter Bears are falling pretty low. Ivan does not have that Aegis, so in the end, he is going to end up going down. Delight's egg has been popped. The first life of the Huskar is going to be forfeit. Another tidal wave bringing Delight in as he has gone down, and quite honestly, no one apart from the support Morta has fallen. Monodrama will be the second casualty as Panda is still going on strong, but in the end, Winter Bears, they will collapse on this siege, and Rune Eaters will be able to hold on still. I think the game may just have been completely turned around because of this one fight. 5,500 gold going the way of Rune Eaters. A Morphling who has an entire set of items now built up. Winter Bears were, you know, they found a good opening, but they were just in one singular position most of their lineup. So they were taking in damage from the Leshrac, the Kunkka, the Morta. Everyone was dishing out damage. The tidal wave brought all of them in. Honestly, this could be anyone's game. Sure, it's still a 75% win probability for the Winter Bears, but Rune Eaters are going to be coming back into this. You take a look at this net worth difference between the two carries, and it's not much. In fact, I wouldn't actually think it's anything. UI has decided not to go for the Revenant's Brooch. Instead, he's going to be going for that Daedalus. And I think this is a lot better. I think Daedalus over Brooch is a much better item. Shiva's Guard almost there for Delight. Meanwhile, Fortnite Man does have a full Scythe of Vice built up, as it's going to be a 4-man smoke, or rather a full 5-man smoke coming out by Rune Eaters. Can they find the advantage? It's actually Ethereal who is going to get trapped. He does have the Glimmer Cape, but that Vessel is going to take him out. It's going to be a trade for Delight though, but now that Panda's BKB has expired, he too is going to fall, a 2-for-1 that favors Rune Eaters, because Yawai, he got both of those kills. And now has that Daedalus. The weakness of the Alchemist is going to start to come to light when the fact is, this Ivan can't actually stack up against the Morphling, not with a 6-second BKB. Sure, the Morphling's BKB isn't all that high, it's only a second more than the one Alchemist has, but it's what you can get done within those 6 seconds. The Morphling can dish out plenty more damage. Alchemist does not have that critical strike. Sure, he has a Bloodthorn, but not that crit. He can still hold someone in with that Abyssal Blade, as his lead is being negated and chipped at slowly. 33% chance to win for Rune Eaters, and honestly, I think it's going to be 50-50 pretty soon by the next 2 to 3 minutes. I think at that 40-minute mark, it is going to be very close to 50-50.
Radiant are scanning.
Mortal will activate the whale, but and in fact has the BKB to make its way out. It's very surprising that Panda never went for that Aghanim Scepter, never received one from Ivan either. You don't normally see a Huskar playing without the Aghanims. I think the Aghanims would have been perhaps the best item to take out a Morphling with, or maybe even the Leshrac. You can disable the Leshrac from being able to activate any of his items if you have the BKB while he's taunted.
Radiant are scanning.
There is a refresher on Fortnite Man, and this is Mr. Fortnite Man we are talking about. He can find some pretty deadly initiations, and I do think that those might be enough. Ethereal's farming up. He does not know it, but there's a full team right on top of him. However, they will initiate on towards Yawai. Yawai, though, meanwhile, actually jumps out of the arena. He will use the Avalanche against Delight and take him down. Ivan, his BKB has worn out, and he is a goner. Winter Bears, they are actually losing this game now. Especially when you consider the fact that Roshan is up 1,000 gold away of the Morphling. He is essentially 6-slotted. We'll have that Lincoln Sphere up soon. And look how fast Roshan falls. 1,000 damage critical strike is something that Winter Bears cannot survive against. And with the fact that this Aegis is now in the hands of this Morphling, you take a look at the win probability, it is still 60% in favor of Winter Bears, but I do not agree with this. I actually think that Rune Eaters are the ones that are ahead. This win probability is most likely going to shift in the next 30 seconds when this tier 2 tower falls. Probably going to be 50-50. I do want to see the point where it just
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
goes in favor of Rune Eaters. Because how do you defend against this Morphling that has the Aegis? How do you take him down twice? Considering the fact that you only have one BKB to use, that BKB is going to be 6 seconds at max. Even Panda's BKB is now 6 seconds. Ethereal? found the Spirit Earth. Panda activates the BKB, tries to hold his ground, but it's just not possible. Not against Yuwai. You do have on cue, you do have that second arena. Ivan actually going to go into, but Yuwai, as easily as it seems, he can just waveform on out. And now that the BKBs have expired, they are going to turn it around. Ivan in trouble, brought back by the tidal wave, and is stunned up from Yuwai himself. He is now on a monster kill streak, and now you don't have your Huskar or your Alchemist. It's going to be a full set of barracks, but it does seem like Yuwai is simply not done here. He wants to go on further, take out the other tier 3s, and acquire an advantage that Winter Bears could not. The Tiny is going to be in a bit of trouble. But it's not just the Tiny, it's Winter Bears are in trouble. At this point, Yuwai could actually go for the tier 4s if he really wanted to. And I think that's what he is going to do. Ghost ship is going to be sent out. It's actually going to be a barrage of ghost ships. Yuwai is going to waveform in, burst Fortnite Man down. That is a wicked 6 streak, and I don't even think the streaks matter at this point. Panda is going to come in with his BKBs, as Fortnite Man is going to buy back. But again, the Aegis is still there. Yuwai is going to go in, disarm, but activates his BKB. Wants to go inside of the arena to fight against Panda. Has to be careful because you do have Ivan respawning. Yuwai, again, waveforming forward, will be able to take Panda out. It's actually Fortnite Man who is actually now running away from his own base. But you do have Ivan coming in with the teleport. He does have the level concoction. Sends it down towards Ethereal. Should be able to burst the Leshrac down. And is actually able to. Yuwai in the meantime was able to take out that egg. And even as Ivan takes out the Morphling, he realizes it's just that first life. Yuwai, though, he is a bit isolated away from the rest of his team. This is a 1v4, and they should be able to bring this Morphling down for the second time. Ivan with a triple kill, as Winter Bears still hang on, but just by a thread. And Yuwai decides to buy back. I'm not exactly too sure about that buyback, because Ethereal also bought back. And technically, if you think about it, no one on their team actually has a buyback. And the only one in fact who has a buyback in this entire game is Ivan. And that means Winter Bears can potentially end this game. All they have to do is either take Ethereal or Yuwai down once, and that is going to be a significant advantage. Not to mention, you have the outpost now, so if Ivan falls, he can buy back and he can come back into the fight.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What is going to be the outcome of this game is the big question.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Are scanning.
Ivan has now granted that Agressiv scepter to Panda, so in the end, you know, he does have that taunt. It is just a 3-second taunt, so it's not that much. The only thing is, if they can find the burst on any one of these heroes, perhaps they can they can do something, but I even had to buy out for that scepter. So that means if Ivan falls, I think both teams are in an equal position where it's whoever dies loses. Waveform is gonna go forward, but did not actually find the toss back. And that means Waveform is going to fall, but he does have a buyback, so he'll be able to come back into this. Fortnite Man goes in with the spear. Panda, actually, your Wines is gonna get bursted down. There's a second arena. He's actually gonna take out Onisan too. Monodrama, also the one in trouble, is gonna end up falling. Winter Bear still able to take out the 3. And Ethereal went down too. This game might just be over because the teleports are coming in towards that mid lane. All Winter Bears have to do is run down that throne. They don't even need Mega Creeps right now. Hyven gonna use the chemical concoction on towards Monodrama. There's a double toss coming in by Waveform. And this game is a 5v1. Ethereal is just gonna call GG. That preemptive, or rather that overly ambitious buyback from that Morphling from UI really did not do them any favors. Winter Bears, who had a pretty significant lead, bungled the entire lead and now are finally the ones who are going to end up winning it. A very back and forth game, and even the win probability is going to demonstrate just that. Ends up with a 60% win probability, but man oh man, that really seemed like it would have been Rune Eaters to come out with the win. But I do also understand the fact that a big pause, you know, it creates a bit of disruption, even on Winter Bear's mind, right? We saw them essentially lose a fight on that high ground. At the same time, I do think that both teams should at least be looking to brush that little, you know, blip off and come back to that second game fresh. I think Winter Bears, they played it really well. Despite of that unconventional draft, they made it work for the side of Rune Eaters. Despite of the Morphling pick not working out for the vast majority of the game. Towards the end, they didn't find that comeback. Hopefully, next game, they may be able, if they do find a comeback, you know, they can go all the way. Who really knows? May the better team win. We will be back for game number 2 in the APL Championship lower bracket right after a short break. I think he just has to fall back to the fountain. As Ani, he has planted an observer ward right next to the Radiant observer ward. Oh. Onku goes down towards that bot lane. A trade that is probably not worth it for the Dawnbreaker. He got no experience at the back of that. It's Monodrama once again in trouble. Tried to contest the Lotus, but will not be allowed to do so. Waveform will just bring him back for a dominating streak built up for Fortnite Man. And these rotations from Rune Eaters are not working out for them. They've left the Dawnbreaker alone towards that bot side, which is fine because he can farm up against the Alchemist. But the Alchemist is going to be the big winner, because while they were able to disable him in that last game, it doesn't seem like they have the space to be able to do the same thing here. So Ivan will actually have an even earlier Radiance, as the Willow is going to adjust. Onisan is going to come back to his senses, and they are going to make a play towards that bot lane with the maze set up coming in. Concoction not going to land in time. Waveform, though, he's there to bring Onku back. The only problem is it's a Phoenix who's come to support Waveform, so they won't be able to get a return kill. And this is probably not the best play here. 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom has spawned, so that means Fortnite Man should probably look to secure it, because Waveform isn't anywhere nearby. They are channeling the Concoction, are gonna dish it out on towards the Jakiro, but there is a Solar Guardian. And that means Waveform is going to end up falling for this overly ambitious play. I really do think that Winterbear should not be contesting this safe lane. I think Waveform was doing phenomenal towards that top side by getting the Razor so many of these kills. Towards the bot lane, it's just not possible with this Alchemist. He doesn't have the levels or the farm to be able to secure kills the same way the Razor can.
Dire are scanning. Invisibility. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ethereal does manage to push back at Winterbears.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Marcy, Waveform, going to jump in. Panda will actually activate that roar. Should be an easy enough kill to be found, especially with Ethereal not anywhere nearby. Does have the Sonic Wave, has not decided to use it so far, and the Beast Monster is going to go back to farming. I wonder what his first item is going to be. He's queued up a Staff of Wizardry, so it's most likely going to be that Aghanim Scepter, especially since they don't need them to initiate. Oh, I don't know if that went according to plan. I suppose the idea was to force out that Sonic Wave, but they forced out a lot more than that. It's also that Solar Guardian. Winterbears lose a 2 on Ku, now on a dominating streak himself. And they might be able to rip apart this tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Willow inside of the maze. This is a problematic fight for Winter Bears. They don't have the advantage in here, especially since the Ancient Creeps are going to be fighting against them. However, it is the Winter Bears who do come out ahead, because Delight went down to the Ancient Creeps rather than the other side. At the same time, Delight found a kill for himself, so Rune Eaters don't actually get any experience or any gold from that exchange. As Ivan continues to farm, taking a look at the net worth, Ivan is at the very top of the net worth chart. Thanks to that Greevil's greed, he has the Sacred Relic coming in now. Presumably, it is. And should have that Radiance by that 13 or 14 minute mark. So decent timing for the Alchemist. I mean, he did go down, he did, fall once. So it's not optimal, but it's pretty good. And it's a lot earlier than he had in that last game, I believe.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What are we waiting for?
Delight unable to take out the sentry. At the same time, UI topside going for that Desolator. Fortnite Man might be in trouble. Monodrama looking for that Ice Path. As Ethereal, he's looking for that Shadow Strike. But none of them are able to find the spells they're looking for on top of the Razor. Too much movement speed from that Storm Surge. Or rather, too much slow from that Storm Surge. It's the unstable current that increases the Razor's movement speed. He's getting around 20% movement speed bonus.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So even with that Shadow Strike on him, he's still moving around 370 right now. Let's see how much movement speed he has at the end. It's 374 movement speed, so Razor is just way too fast. And when you consider the Plasma Field slows the opponents down,
Radiant are scanning.
unless you're already on top of the Razor, you can't overrun him. Radiance is up for Ivan. Well, it's in his courier. So technically it's not up. But once he has that, I think Winter Bears will be in a pretty good spot because they can just continue farming. One thing they'll have to be careful of though, UI is almost has his Desolator. So once he has that, I think that Rune Eater should be looking for kills all across the map. The Alchemist can't survive at this point. I mean, Radiance or no Radiance, Mischance or no Mischance, it's just a few hits from UI will melt the Alchemist. And anyone from Winter Bears, to be fair.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Willow will just teleport away. Phoenix had to use the egg because Willow could have stopped the teleport, just hit with the Shadow Realm strike, and would have been able to take Delight down. Would have found a delightful kill there. Again, Shrine of Wisdom being connected by Fortnite Man, who has hit his level 11, has a full Guardian Greaves up on this Razor. A lot of HP, a lot of survivability. Can essentially just dispel away the Shadow Strike if he wants to.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's still surprising though that even with the Unleash, they haven't actually looked to pressure any of these towers. They're letting Rune Eaters pressure the towers instead. UI coming in with the Desolator, the Liquid Fire. This tower is gone.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Blade Mail up for Ethereal. As with this Blade Mail, if Winter Bears want to take Ethereal down, they're going to have to expend a lot of HP to be able to do it. Not to mention, with that Solar Guardian coming in, I actually think Rune Eaters are a lot stronger than Winter Bears right now. Perhaps that is why Winter Bears are hesitant in going for these engagements. Ooh, Ivan was coming in with the Blink Dagger. Unable to land it. or land the chemical concoction. It's actually an unstable concoction. It's not a chemical concoction. I don't know why I've always called it a chemical concoction. It's probably chemical in nature, but...
Почему всегда я?
Yuai. He comes in with the Solar Guardian. Alchemist able to dodge out the hits, but there's an ice path waiting for him on the other side of that cliff and will end up going down. Winter Bears may have the lead, but I fear that it's just a false sense, giving them a false sense of security. I don't even think they would imagine themselves having the lead right now. Ooh. Panda was able to take out Ethereal and actually finds himself a little regeneration rune as his little prize. Tier 1 tower is going to go down. Waveform should be able to take the tower down and will just run away. It's actually 2 tier 1 towers in quick succession being found, as Panda is inside of that Roshan pit with the Aghanim Scepter, should be able to take it down relatively fast while there's no Solar Guardian and no Queen of Pain up. And it does seem like Rune Eaters, they don't have a clear idea of this Roshan attempt happening. Even if they did, would not have been able to come here in time. Panda will now have that Aegis and only needs about 1,000 goals for that scepter. The lines are being drawn across the map. They want to push and find as much of an objective advantage as they can. While Rune Eaters, I think they should continue to look for pickoffs. I think Yuai is playing this way too passive. When you build up a Desolator on nearly any hero, you want to be looking for kills. As the more space you give away, the more of an opportunity Winter Bears will have to be making moves of their own. There's a Terrorize coming in on towards Panda. There's a Sonic Wave, and that is the Aegis gone. However, Panda is going to come back. Solar Guardian is going to come down. Panda, though, will drop down the Roar, but Yuai's presence here makes this a bit tricky. Fortnite Man doesn't actually have the mana to be able to go for any attempt, as it is Waveform trying to run around with the Haste Rune. Should be okay. I think he can just teleport back. But essentially, Winter Bears did waste the entire Aegis. It's hard not to waste the Aegis when you have that Sonic Wave. Level 2 Sonic Wave, in fact. Ivan? Was always going to be fine with the Chemical Rage. It gives you I think 0.35 second of a transformation time, which can be used to dodge projectiles. So it's actually a little more than the Manta style. You can technically dodge the Shadow Strike. You can dodge the Killing 6, you can dodge the Willow's Shadow Realm attack. Delight with the health ring will be able to stay alive. Ooh. The arrows, it was a decent little attempt. The maze will kick in, but Delight will end up going down. However, again, I feel like this is deja vu. This has happened before. Rune Eaters get a kill across the map, but towards the other side, Winter Bears, Panda is able to take out Ethereal.
Radiant are scanning.
That has happened multiple times. Fortnite Man, he has spotted this attempt out. He has the Guardian Greed, so I doubt he's in trouble. It's actually Monodrama in danger. Ivan is gonna end up with a double kill, and I'm not exactly sure of what the plan there was from Rune Eaters. Going on towards that Razor with the Guardian Greaves, they drop down their spells on top of him. And all he had to do was use the Greaves to heal back up. Tormentor is going to go down too. Delight, no health ring available. In fact, Fortnite man, this time around, stuck in between of these three heroes, won't be able to go anywhere either. So while Ivan was able to get a good double kill, this one is even better. UI was able to take out Fortnite man's dominating streak. And has a full Hurricane Pike coming in as courier. Ivan almost has the Orchid though. Not too bad of an initiation. I feel like Ivan has... These are just massive overextensions coming in from Winter Bears. This is essentially 4 heroes that they've lost. Because Waveform will also die here. I think they are underestimating the damage output that comes out from Ethereal and overestimating their own ability to get these kills. At least in the short amount of time they have, because you will have an Ice Path there. You will have the maze drop down. There is going to be a response. It's not as if the other team is just going to lay there to take a beating. Almost a Lincoln Sphere almost built up.
Dire are scanning.
Fortnite man, and not really itemizing like a typical Razor, has gone for the utility build. He's itemizing like the Beastmaster would on the off lane. Well, that's not entirely true. I think the Beastmasters now on the off lane also make that Aghanim Scepter. But right now, Panda is looking for that BKB. So, Ivan has that BKB already. Is now going for that Bloodthorn. Once he has that, should be able to take out UI or maybe Ethereal and someone. You know, I think the Bloodthorn is one of the guaranteed ways you have to take one hero out. At the same time, Ethereal's already preparing for this contingency. He has that plan. Has a contingency plan. He has the Lincoln Sphere almost built up. Once he has the Lincolns, he is supposed to be able to survive against anything that Winter Bears bring in, honestly. Roar, Bloodthorn. It's just that one Lincoln Sphere pop, and once you see it pop, you just blink out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Teleports coming in. Panda will initiate with the Roar. First Solar Guardian's gonna come down, but the BKB from Panda will absorb it. It's actually UI in incredible amounts of danger. He Hurricane Pikes, but has not made it on that high ground. It's Delight to come in with the Phoenix Egg. That means that Dawnbreaker will melt as well. Teleport disengagements is not going to be possible for Monodrama, and it will be 3 heroes that end up going down. Rune Eaters, I feel like they fell to the same error. The judgment call not really working out. The same ones that did not work out for Winter Bears earlier. It's underestimating what the other side brings to the table.
Scanning. Dire
Panda.
top tower is under attack.
Hawaii needs to be really careful. If he walks up here, he could be in trouble. Panda, he saw the moment of opportunity and he is going to take it. Hawaii will end up going down unsuspecting of the initiation that was lying in wait for him. Fortnite Man is not going to fall to this initiation, though. Solar Guardian is going to be whiffed completely. Waveform will not be able to counter initiate, but at the end of the day, that's a wasted Solar Guardian. And the fact is, Winter Bears, they got the biggest prize. They got Hawaii down. I fear that for Hawaii, anytime he ends up eating that roar, it's the fact that Panda can just activate the BKB and Hawaii has nowhere to go. Second Roshan of the game claimed by Panda. He has that Aegis, has the Roshan's banner now. And Fortnite Man now has the Blade Mill, so even dishing out damage against this Razor is going to be doubly punished.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Tier 2 tower is going to fall.
Tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Hawaii is going to attempt a split push and should be able to do so decently enough. Oh no, Hawaii got clipped towards the end. He was able to run back though, but Panda is coming in. The Razor's Plasma Field is going to slow Hawaii down. The Sonic Wave terrorized everything being thrown just to be able to keep Winter Bears away from Hawaii. He will be able to run back as Winter Bears will ping out that mid lane. They really do want that cover. A bit of impatience. However, it's probably just sensing that they have a huge window of opportunity. They'll initiate upon Monodrama, should be able to bring him down easily enough and then acquire the tier 2 tower. There is a glyph available, but probably not going to be used for a tier 2. And the big question is, for Winter Bears, will they go high ground now? Because there's, or at least force out the glyph. Ethereal does have that Aghanim Scepter. Roshan's banner has been placed down. Glyph will not actually do much against the banner. And there should be at least a tier 3 tower. And I think Winter Bears will just disengage from this point onwards. As the Jakiro respawns, don't want to press their luck.
Dire are scanning.
They can do it.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Anisan does not have a Blink Dagger on the Willow. Sure, you have a Force Staff on the Jakiro, but he's too squishy to be able to Force Staff himself in and Ice Spot someone. It has to be the Queen of Pain, and then the hope has to be that you can back Ethereal up with the Solar Crest. You have the Eels on Anisan. They have the force stuff to, you know, force Ethereal back if he gets in trouble. So it has to be Ethereal, and you have the Solar Guardian to come in with for Anku, and he has the Pipe and Lotus to drop down on the Queen of Pain. So it does seem like they have that big central factor they can wrap themselves around with that Queen of Pain.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Lost tier 2 tower that is still standing for Rune Eaters is going to be ripped apart.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Roar goes out by Panda. Should be able to burst the Willow down with a Solar Guardian. Heal buys them time. Sonic Wave though comes out on top as the Beastmaster is able to actually teleport away. Delight and Waveform will be the casualties, but for an initiation that went so wrong, I really expected more casualties, and for Winter Bears to be able to make it out alive on all of their cores, that is surprisingly good for them. For Rune Eaters, taking that Beastmaster down would have been absolutely massive, because that would have also meant a gem, a Winter Bear's gem, to be dropped on the deck. And that gem is important against Yowai. Is the invisibility that Yowai is playing with.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire are scanning.
It's still 50-50 according to the win probability.
Worthy tribute.
Ethereal walking forward as if he's made of steel. In fact, the rest of Winter Bears, they seem to be a bit afraid of him. Ivan in incredible amounts of danger, taking so much damage from that Klings. The Sonic Wave is actually going to burst him down as Winter Bears lose out too. Delight will be able to teleport away. So too will the Razor. But for Winter Bears, that does spell out a bit of, or spell out a bit of weakness on their side. They really did seem afraid of Ethereal coming in. Has not gone for the Sonic Wave cooldown reduction, so his ultimate does take a bit of time to come off of cooldown. But this brave Queen of Pain kind of playstyle seems to be working out for Rune Eaters. As long as they can keep back their Queen of Pain up, that should work out each and every single time. There is no BKB piercing stun apart from that roar. And they might not want to dish it out onto the Queen of Pain. The roar right now should be used as it has been to secure confirmed kills. Maybe on that Jakiro, maybe on that Willow or Yowai. I think Yowai is the big threat as far as the physical damage goes. And Winter Bears' win condition just boils down to one thing: if they can take your Y down. If they can't, the Clinks is just gonna turn that fight completely.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
There's an Abyssal up for the Alchemist.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm afraid the Abyssal is not enough, though. Waveform, once again, another Sonic Wave coming on towards him. He's still alive, though. And is apparently going on strong with the Guardian Greaves. Ivan did not want to jump in, as it does seem like Winter Bears are being pushed back into a corner. It does feel like Ivan has had enough. However, Solar Guardian is going to come out. There is a refresher. So there's another Solar Guardian in the works. Roshan is going to roar, so they do know where Rune Eaters are. Rune Eaters have the high ground advantage, though. They had this observer ward planted on that cliff. So Winter Bears' own triangle is not as safe to be in. For their team, at least. Yowai is going to teleport back to the base. Panda thinking about going in. He does jump forward, but there's a Lotus. It will absorb, or rather reflect the roar. Panda now in trouble. He has the BKB. The egg is going to come out too. This is a pretty good fight for Winter Bears, but Ivan, he takes in so much damage. The second roar comes out on towards Yowai. He has fallen. So too has the Jakiro on Kukan fight back. Everyone actually collapsing. Winter Bears will buy back on their supports at the very least, as Panda chases down that Willow. Ethereal, though, able to create the space across the map with a scream with the Shadow Strikes, as now Ivan goes at it against the Queen of Pain. Ethereal getting hit by the stun and will be swiped down. Monodrama, the one of the only ones remaining still who has bought back, is going to end up falling. I don't think even with this force off he can make it out. They saw where the concoction went, and they will take the Jakiro down. A 6 for 3. I think if I had my count right. Waveform did buy back, so that's 3 lives, and then you bought back on Monodrama. But all in all, the big takeaway from that fight is that it is a huge influx of gold going in the side of, for the side of Winter Bears. Even though, even if they had to go all in to be able to take the Clinks down, they got the job done. And there's quite a bit of spare change in their inventory. By the time that they're done with Roshan, which should be before the Clinks respawns. The only thing is, even with this Aegis, they're not fully ahead because of the damage output coming in from Yowai. It only takes Yowai to stay alive for one team fight for, you know, 6 to 7 seconds to wipe everyone from Winter Bears out. And that's the key requirement. For the side of Rune Eaters, they need to find a way to make that happen. There is a double egg though up for Delight. There's an Aegis on Panda. Surprising they haven't given the Razor the double Eye of the Storm, because I believe it can be used twice. At least that was how the Razor used to be played. Onku, unfortunately, got roared up. They will go in on him, and without that Solar Guardian, it's going to be very tricky to actually take a fight. He doesn't have a buyback. Panda, not with the rest of his team. I suppose the idea is that they want to go for the barracks instead of going for a potential fight. The glyph is available, and they should be using it because the glyph will refresh. Roar was used. UI can potentially burst Panda down, but Ivan saw the opportunity. Panda will end up losing out his first life, but will end up coming back into the game. Delight has the refresh, but Ivan will just activate the BKB and just run back. Very back and forth between both of these two teams, but at the end of the day, Winter Bears got what they came for. They got the barracks down. Although I wouldn't exactly call that a huge advantage. They only got the top barracks down because of the Dawnbreaker falling. If the Solar Guardian was up, they would never have been able to do that. And at the same time, they expended Aegis for only one lane of barracks. That's not a decisive blow to Rune Eaters. Rune Eaters, all they really need to stay in the EPL Championship is just one good team fight. I don't think the Clint can take waveform out. Ooh, might have been able to. That's actually a lot of damage coming out on towards waveform. He will be able to run back, should teleport out immediately while he still has the ability to teleport out. Panda is going for that nullifier. I think you can nullify the Lotus Orb. It only blocks spells, not items. I'm not exactly too sure. It does say spells. So technically you should be able to nullify the Lotus Orb. And you can remove, the Eels, the Solar Crest too, the Force Off. Still could be anyone's game. As I say that, Delight does have a Hex and a Halberd. I mean, he had always had the Halberd, but he has a Hex and he has a Refresher Shard. So that means he can use the egg twice. He can also use the Hex twice. And that means that Rune Eaters have to be extra careful. Perhaps they should look for a Hex of their own. Oh, UI has a Divine Rapier on his... Oh. The requirement has gone down from the 5 to 6 seconds I said earlier about UI staying alive. And now he only needs 2 or 3 seconds to stay alive before he melts Winter Bears. And if he's able to get a straight shot with that barrage, there's no telling what kind of damage he can dish out. Panda, 1800 gold, which means he needs about 1600 to be able to get that relic and have the buyback after he purchases a nullifier. Meanwhile, Ivan does not have a buyback. Oh. they are gonna go in on towards Anisan. He immediately gets bursted down. They even be able to take out the Jakiro. Sonic Wave gets thrown out by Ethereal. The egg was also taken out, but Rune Eaters, they've lost 3. They'll even teleport on towards UI. He cannot give up the rapier, but he has fallen. Solar Guardian buyback to come out, but instantly on Ku ends up going down. Rune Eaters, that might just be it. UI does not have a buyback, and his rapier has not just gone to Ivan.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has
And they realize this, they recognize the window of opportunity. They know when that rapier was bought and that potentially the Clinks does not have a buyback. They will obviously realize this because there's no one coming back into the game. Only the Willow is going to be alive, but as I say that, as the Willow respawns, it's Ethereal who's going to go down. A desperate attempt by Rune Eater to stay in the EPL Championship, but it's just not going to happen. Winter Bears will take out the throne and will be proceeding further to the lower bracket semi-finals, while Rune Eaters will be eliminated. Oh man, this was a very entertaining series to cause. This was honestly a really good attempt by Rune Eaters. Winter Bears also, they are the winners. Of course, they did play the better game in both game number 1 and game number 2. This one was very nice to see. Super. There was always that. Well, there was always a curiosity at the back of my mind about who's going to be getting the better team fight, and even towards the end, it did just come down to who found the better initiations. At the end of the day, Winter Bears, when they decide to go in, they have their objectives planned out in unison with the rest of their team, and everyone knows what the job is. For Winter Bears, this means that they get to stay in the tournament. They get to go to lower bracket semifinals, where the winner between Monkey Business and a Yellow Submarine awaits them. For Rune Eaters, this means that they will have to try out for the next iteration of EPL. I obviously wish them the best of luck, as I wish whoever has gone out at this at this point in the tournament, I wish them the best of luck as well. There can only be one winner in any tournament, and I can't wait to see who that will be. Of course, we still have a lot more Dota to be had, just not today. We will resume with the EPL Championship tomorrow at around 7 p.m. Central European time for one best of 3, and it will I'm not sure who the matchup will be. I'm not sure if it's going to be the upper bracket or the lower bracket, but what I do know is that at this point you have only a handful of teams remaining, so this is truly where the gauntlet begins, and the teams that have shined through so far. So do expect a lot of feisty matches like the one we saw before, like the one we saw right now, come out. This was your host Ultras. I will be signing out for now, and I hope to see all of you in the comment section tomorrow.
So let's just go ahead and check up all the information that we're gonna get from the picks and bans and the draft. In this case, we can already see that Under Effect actually decided to ban a Shadow Fiend and a Shadow Demon. So both Shadows are gonna say goodbye on this one. We're not gonna see them. Aggressive Style actually opts to ban none other than the Brewmaster. It's a really good pick, honestly, lately. I feel like that's I mean, if you do have more than a couple fingers, it's definitely a good pick always. It's a little bit complicated to use, but it does provide a lot of stuff that you can actually use, and it's really actually good for survivability and also even to push towers, and well, it has a pretty good built-in kit right there. Of course, the second ban from Aggressive Style is going to be a Jackino, and the third one for Under Effect is going to be none other than a Clockwork. So at least at the moment, these are the heroes that we're not going to have on the battlefield today, and in which Ancients are not going to rely on. So, third one for Aggressive Style. What's gonna be? They actually go. Oh, that's a DK. Okay, pretty good, pretty strong. I mean, Dragonite, it's honestly has always been a little bit strong. I mean, he has the unit in which he has the Dragon Blood, so he does receive a lot of HP regen in lane that allows him to get a lot of sustain. He could also just opt for Soul Ring to actually be able to get a lot of mana and just continue pushing and being annoying with the Flame Breath and everything. The other ban we're gonna see today is gonna be a Warlock, and the first one comes in for Under Effect. That's gonna be a Tiny. I think I actually saw them play with Tiny before, if I'm not mistaken. And it was played on mid lane though, and it was actually pretty good. So let's see how Under Effect will actually manage to play with that one. I don't think it's gonna be a mid lane pick starting off, to be honest, but we don't really know. Maybe these guys do have a strategy up their sleeve, and they're gonna be able to go with it, having the opportunity to bamboozle the enemy with their mind games as they pick up first. The first pick going for Aggressive Style, that's going to be a Tusk. Exactly one of the heroes that I mentioned previously has a very high skill gap. I mean, you can be a terrible Tusk and you can be an amazing Tusk, and I feel like there's so many things that you can do with it if you're a good Tusk. I mean, there's a reason why I've seen so much competitive play. I mean, you can actually just get also, for example, a force staff the enemy into you, so you can actually punch him and then just kick him all the way into your base. There's so many things that you can do with a Tusk. I mean, a good Tusk is always to be feared, and whether it is either tag team or what's it called, drinking buddies. I mean, I feel like both facets are really, really good. Like both abilities are really good for Tusk. So it all depends on what the enemy is going to be picking. Now, Under Effect absolutely goes for a ban on the TA and goes for a ban on the Viper. I feel like Viper is absolutely strong. Everybody hates it. Everybody hates having to deal with a Viper, especially because only by attacking him you're already going to be receiving damage. That's so annoying, man. And well, that Nether Toxin that also slows the attack speed so much, and the ult that just breaks. Yeah, Viper gonna say goodbye on this one. So Aggressive Style, they actually decide to ban the Tidehunter. I absolutely love that ban. I feel like the Tidehunter meta at the moment is really strong because of the carry's possibilities. Of course, the Blubber activating your Anchor Smash, the way that Anchor Smash actually lowers the enemy attack damage, the way that he can actually get Kraken Swell as well if needed, if you have a heavy attack damage team on the other side. Like it just provides a lot of survivability. It's a big tank, and also, I mean, a good Ravage will always be able to just flip the tables at 1 second for only pressing one button and stunning every single one of the enemies, so that you can just get any setup that you want for a lot of heroes that actually just need that to be able to shine, and that would be Tidehunter right there. But of course, Aggressive Style is not one of want that. They actually don't ban it. Now they're gonna go with their pick. What's it gonna be? You're still taking your time, 1 minute and 18 seconds on the reserve times, just for the second pick. Probably just trying to get an idea. Oh, there it is. Burn Protector. Pretty mad at the moment. And Charge pretty good. Eyes on the Force are really good. Now they actually give money though if you do kill the Ice in the Forest, you get 50 gold, so it's not gonna be for free. It's absolutely less than a worth though, from 230 to 250 gold. So it's still kind of worth to still get it, even if you're giving it to the enemy kind of early on. But yeah, the Turret Protector. Well, yes, for that. Kind of early over here. Yeah, but yeah, the Turret Protector, I mean, just the fact that the Overgrowth can actually stun the enemy, like, it can actually just root every single enemy on the enemy team, even if they have a BKB available. And it's such a strong root. And once in the late game that you have the BKB is probably around 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Like, being able to ult with the Treant Protector will actually be rendering for a couple more seconds the BKB a little bit useless. So you actually are only going to have a useful time of 4 seconds more or less with the BKB on the late game, all thanks to a Treant Protector. So I think it's a really good pick, honestly. Of course, the initial heavy attack damage, he's pretty much sitting at around 100 attack damage at level 1. That's also huge. The fact that he can heal, the fact that he can heal the towers. I think he's the only one who can actually heal towers, by the way. Disruptor, okay, I really like that. It's really good. I feel it's perfect for the Tusk, honestly. It's really good for the counter initiation, because the Tusk will absolutely blink in and try to ult somebody. So Disruptor can just either, bring him back or push him away. If he snowballs in, he can just get glimpsed out. If he goes in, Disruptor can just drop the ult and pretty much leave Tusk without the possibility of going into snowball form, saving his teammates either. Disruptor is just pretty strong overall. And I like the Timbersaw pick from Under Effect. Why? Because every single match that I've seen, Timbersaw has been banned. Absolutely. Like, nobody wants to deal with the Timbersaw. He can deal true damage with every single one of his abilities. He can have a lot of mobility thanks to the chain. He lowers your stats also with the pure damage from the first ability. So Timbersaw is absolutely always banned, and I feel like this is one of the only occasions in which I don't see it banned, and Under Effect just took the opportunity. So it's going to be certainly a very interesting game. Now, of course, we're going to have to see Aggressive style taking an even more conservative approach right there, because now that Timbersaw has been picked, you're going to have to find a way to deal with that. Reactive armor is always really hard to deal with. And if he gets his Aghanim Scepter also, he's going to be able to just activate it, get a huge shield, have a lot of survivability, activate the max stacks for the reactive armor. So he's also going to be able to regen. Oh, yeah, there it is. Exactly. Perfect. Amazing stuff. Yeah. Slaughter pretty much counters that. That's really good. He lowers your armor with the corrosive haze, and well, it's not going to render Timbersaw useless, but it's absolutely going to help in order to be able to kill the Timbersaw, right? Also, if he chains away, you are going to have vision with him. So yeah, Slaughter always pretty tanky. I like the way that things has shifted a little bit. More because, like, you no longer just rely on the bash being the ability you leveled up at the beginning. So you usually go for the corrosive haste and not the corrosive, the crush, Slithering Crush. Slithering Crush really strong, by the way, deals a lot of damage. And I like the Morphling pick, honestly, for aggressive style. I always love myself one of the difficult heroes being picked on this kind of matchups. And that is, of course, going to be a Morphling. So Morph is obviously going to be incredibly useful, whether it is for just turning into a Disruptor, maybe even turning into a Timbersaw as well. So this is a very good map, a very good opportunity for Morphling to actually shine. Whoever he actually picks is going to have a blast. Perfect then just answers with a Primal Beast, being able to get into the back lane. That's amazing. And just let's focus on the rest of the bans, because we have a ban on Weaver. I absolutely love that. I don't think Weaver is the best thing to ban because you already have a Slaughter. So there's ways to counter his Lincoln Sphere if it does happen to go. I mean, everybody goes Lincoln Sphere with Weaver, honestly, depending on what the enemy team has. So you can counter a Lincoln, you can counter a Weaver because you're gonna have a vision on him with the Slaughter. You can jump in aggressively. You know, there's many things you can do against a Weaver. So I don't think it was the best ban, but still. You gotta be careful about it, nonetheless. And also, Under Effect just decides to ban the Queen of Pain. Really good stuff. Another one of those heroes that deals a lot of pure damage. The Scream and the Sonic Wave. That could be one easy way to delete a Morphling, especially on the early game. I mean, if she goes mid, you could just go ahead and gank and take out that Morphling with one good ult. Under Effect going for the bug ban in the end, so we're not gonna have a bug game on this one, which was one of the previous ones, and we already saw how Bug was able to dominate, absolutely dominate, deal so much damage, be able to drop some really good coils. Well, let's not focus on the puck right now. We're not gonna have it, so let's just not talk about it. Another good ban I'm seeing from Aggressiv style, and I like how they're actually just ban a little bit of everything, right? Like they ban the offlaners, carries, supports, they ban carries. One of those carries is, of course, going to be Dro. Dro is really strong, as we all know. Her shard is incredibly amazing at the moment. She's really strong. I feel like she's also a very versatile carry, to be honest. Like, if the enemy has tanks, you can just go with the Aghanim's. If the enemy has squishy characters, you can just go with a Daedalus and absolutely melt them. And, well, Under Effect for the final pick on their side. They're going to go for a Terrorblade. Oh, boy. I'm not too happy about the Terrorblade. I feel like it's a really good pick for Under Effect's team because of the heroes that they have at the moment. But I feel like it might just be a double-edged sword. Now, of course, the last one is going to be Ember Spirit being picked by Aggressiv style. So Black Soul is going to take that. He's going to go on the mid lane with our good friend Ember. Now, Ferra's going for the Morphling, Shiloh on the Slaughter, Blood Moon on Stream Protector, and FNK on Tusk. Under Effect, well, the lineup is going to be none other than Rain on the Tiny with Crash Landing. So he might be going for the mid lane. Shakiri is on the Disruptor, taking down Thunderstorm. Karma on Timberstone will go with the Twisted Chakra facet. Really good one, honestly. Chaos Knight is going for the Primal Beast. And, well, Aeonis, the carry, is going to go for the Terrorblade with the Condemned facet as well. Of course, Starler going like they, Stream Protector with the Uproot. Dusk is going to take the tag team. Okay. Well, tag team is going to be really strong for this one, honestly. I feel like it's going to be really possible to get those early kills on Terrorblade. They're just going to be able to get right back into him and just take it down really quickly. Tag team just allows him to deal so much damage. The slow is huge also, so it's really good, especially for an initiation. But, well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're more than ready to jump in straight up into the map as both teams already smoked up and they begin to move. Both of them going pretty much on the same side, so we might see some initial first blood being spilled. Oh yeah, this is actually gonna get really dirty. Oh my god. We're all moving forward. Smoke gonna dissipate. Tiny knows. Oh, they know. Stream Protector, of course, he's actually smoked. They drop the... Oh, Tiny dropping our boy inside. That's gonna be the chain onto 4 of them, actually. But Slaughter so low on HP, of course. It's gonna be none other than Timber. So taking the first blood. Black Soul actually takes down Chaos. And Timber's third goes. He does manage to take one. Of course, he does go down also. Turtleblade so low on HP. Boom, Tiny with the crash landing. Be careful. Turtleblade using the illusions. Disruptor still alive. And Tusk is also gonna lose his life. Well, FNK is gonna say goodbye. Honest, that was a lot happening even before the first minute. That was 5 kills already, and the goal advantage, well, already going one of the teams, which is gonna be none other
The battle begins.
than the Under Effect. I also love how the Ember Spirit actually uses the chain, steering chains, exactly at the moment that Primal Beast uses the trample, so he pretty much denies that over there. If not, that would have been so hard to deal against. Maybe a lot more casualties we would have seen. But just like that, we start off with a very interesting and aggressive game, just as we are to expect from aggressive style. Top lane, we have a little bit of confrontation right there, just dealing some damage from the tree and rooting our good friend the Morph. Is dealing damage. Already been taken down 300 HP on bottom, as we can see.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Shakadi's courier suffering already. He knew the Tusk was coming, but he still forgot about the courier. Oh, this could be a kill at bottom. Because right now, Slithering Crush actually takes one. No, Shakidi gets out of there, thankfully. Manages to survive. The tag team was activated. Well, that Tusk playing really aggressively right here. This is just a battle of supports. On the top lane. Get a rise right there. Watch out, Ferras. Suffer a little bit with that, of course. He had to shifts all the way to be able to recover as much as possible. That's the Timbers. Once he gets to whirling that. Oh no. Oh, crash landing, and of course the whirling that. That's gonna put a Morphling in a very tough spot. One more could be dead, honestly. He's got 200 HP. Of course, he's gonna attribute shift once again, try to survive as much as possible. Has a magic wand. They were still actually going for the reactive armor as a second aid. That's still pretty good. But I feel like maybe going Timber Chain right now, just to be able to deal so much damage against Ferras would have been great. And you gotta love the Treant Protector. Just popping out of invisibility just to be annoying and root you. Alright. Well, 12 last hits for a mid laner, the Ember Spirit. But still, after the initial altercation, not much has happened. We have a confrontation at mid now. Ward has been placed by the Ember just to be able to see all the way into the back lane. Of course, the tower is gonna start clearing the creeps. Here comes the Primal. Oh no, the chain. That was incredible. A huge mistake, and
Dire's courier
well,
has been killed.
their courier just lost his life. This time it's gonna be Ferris actually suffering. Glimpse into the Slaughter, but of course the Magic Sync is gonna be activated right there just to be able to survive that. Making sure he's not gonna place himself in a tough spot. Of course, he still has the Lotus available also. Oh my god. But yeah, that Primal Beast, that was a huge mistake from Chaos Knight, honestly, because he pushes with the Onslaught all the way inside, trying to deal some damage, trying to farm. But of course, the Searing Chains just catch him, denies the opportunity to even deal damage at all. And just tanks the tower right there. That was really unfortunate, but extremely well calculated. So that is going to be one level ahead of the enemy. Bottom lane, oh, the Turtle Blade has been caught on the shards. The Glimpse, Slaughter are going to suffer. Of course, he's going to be forced to be using Lotus right here. Tusk doing everything he's got. Snowball trying to help out his teammate, but now he's in a very tough spot. He still has 10 charges on the stick. I would suggest you use it, my friend, because eventually just start thinking them right now also. So at least make sure he survives that. Turboblade, just use Metamorphosis, so it's gonna be down for 100 seconds next. Got on the axe charge once again. Well, it seems we have a little something going on top. Actually, the Treant Protector is so low on HP. Oh my god. Actually survived us with only 30 HP, but of course, Rain is gonna punish Ferras once again. Oh my god, that's a second courier for this guy actually going. Now in the mid lane, we got the Primal Beast dealing so much damage against the Ember. He is not going to survive that. Yes, he does. Hearing Chains. Oh, he just got caught, ladies and gents. The same thing just happened. Woo! Ember's surviving that just with only around 30 HP. Drops the Fire Remnant as he reaches level 6. Primal Beast just got outplayed once again. Big mistakes that we are seeing right now. I was not expecting Chaos Knight to be making those mistakes, and it was so close, so close. But the problem is the trample deals magic damage. Oh wow, they absolutely catch this guy. Yeah, he's going nowhere. He's going nowhere. Even the Ice Shards come in at the end just to help out, completely blocking off any exit. That's just gonna be another kill. Shakiri unable to help out right there, trying to do his job, but yeah, that was a great rotation. Amazing from Aggressive style, and it is absolutely aggressive what we're seeing. My god. They are punishing my man really hard. He's got 4 deaths already.
Dire's courier.
Oh, we have confrontation bottom also. It seems that the Ice Shards and the tag team, yeah, that's gonna be more than enough. Ember Spirit is right there to help out also. So Aeonis is gonna be punished for it. Wait. Was that another death courier? There's no way. Oh my god, Morphling. There's no way. That's 3 couriers dead already. Rain is just absolutely punishing, and of course, I mean, he's got a ward all the way in the back lane between the tier 1 and tier 2. Now, luckily, Shakiri actually survives that, but he's gonna be forced to pull all the way back. Oh no! Coming straight up on a 3v1. Black Soul now on completely unstoppable streak. Aeonis gets punished once more, as of course the support was actually pushed out of the wave, pushed out of the lane. There's nothing he can do. They're gonna go for it. He's got the bottle, gonna get glimpsed, but of course, Fire Remnant, not enough. Sheesh. And well, there it is. God, am I just absolutely punishing. Oh my god, well, this is looking like a great game for Aggressive style. They're doing such an amazing job. And we're gonna have also a little bit of a fight on mid, and not really. Tiny just helping out. Treant Protector going to try and help them secure the rune. And of course, it was secured. In this case, it's an illusion for a gold friend. Ember Spirit. It's gonna give him a little bit of pushing power. Also, the trees right there to help out. Chaos Knight coming back into the mid lane. He's got boots. Starts off with the ult, but of course, also illusion. Well, there's that. Wolverine's got a little kill there. No. They are gonna try to get Shakiri right here. Ice Shards and just barely. Not quite connecting there, but Bloodman's also in position. He wants to help out as much as he can. Attack team gonna be activated, but nothing's gonna happen. Shiloh actually begins pushing forward. His Turboblade's not there. He has been Corrosive Haste, so they can see him. Go for the courier though. Oh, there they go, straight up. It's just yep, he's not gonna be able to survive that. They even cancel the Primal Beast ult. Tusk not gonna survive, of course. Gets absolutely deleted by the Timber, so Jesus. Up to this point, I feel like Aggressive style has kind of the upper hand, but the only problem against him is Timbersaw. And even though the Primal Beast has been really suffering, he's farming pretty good at this moment. He's in 3rd place and not too far away. from the Ember Spirit of the net worth. Keeps on farming, but he's gonna get caught once again. We're gonna see a glimpse. Who's gonna get glimpse? Nobody, because they actually dodged it perfectly down Ember Spirit. At the Searing Chains also, just making sure that nothing's gonna happen. Chaos Knight punished once more. Jesus. Ember Spirit is 7-0 right now. 7-0. He already has a vessel. And on bottom, oh, they're gonna catch our boy Ionis. Attack team activated. Blood grenade also. We still have the snowball. They're gonna go. Watch out with the thunder though. Ooh, Walrus Punch. That's not gonna be enough, but the stun. No! One more hit was all it took, but the rest of the team actually moves in to try to help out. Primal Beast is the one taken down. Well, not quite. That's gonna be Shakiri actually taking down FNK with the Thunder at the perfect moment. The Dusk was really low on HP, but of course Primal Beast is gonna get punished because of that. That's gonna be another kill for Black Soul. And no one falls in this time. Shakiri is losing his life to the Morphling, turning into none other than Disruptor himself.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well,
Radiant's
now the bottom tower
is
will
under attack.
absolutely get punished right there. I don't think it's gonna fall. Also, the tree using the living armor, helping out the Morphling. I didn't think about that. That's a really good combo also.
Is under attack.
Now mid lane, Tiny with the crash landing, dealing some damage against the Tusk.
Has fallen.
Okay, we
Dire's
just got
structures are fortified.
something coming up on top. They see the
Dire's
Timber
top
Saw.
tower is under attack.
They might want to try to engage right there, and yes, they do. They actually take the Twin Portal right there. That's going to be none other than Slaughter, the one counter I actually mentioned against the Timber Saw. So he's going to come in, and the Corrosive Behavior is just going to allow himself to be deleted right there. Yeah, that was a good call by this, guys. They go ahead and punish Karma. That's what you get for trying to take our towers. Because these guys are moving around the map, doing a wonderful job, using every resource available. Still no neutral for Tusk. The mid laner also does not have a neutral. Oh, there he goes. Finally gets it. I wonder what he's gonna get. And chip death. Okay. Sweet farm. Tiny. Yeah, he's been spotted. He's gonna drop the vessel. Gearing chains. Oh, that's two players right there. Barely makes it out of there. Of course, the GP was coming from the Disruptor also trying to help out. Of course, he's gonna TP back to base, gonna get back to full, and just gonna use the Fire Remnant to get back into the farming to the mid lane. No problem. Okay, they actually spot somebody on top, and we can see a ping going off, so they might want to get Karma also once again, but this time the enemy team is more than prepared.
Dire's top
So
tower
be careful
is
about
under
that call. Tiny's right there to help out. It does not really have that much mana, but still has the Soul Ring available. Stacking up around the top side of the map, while the Turboblade keeps on doing his thing. He's just farming happily ever after. He is the win condition after all, so he wants to get it strong as fast as possible.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, the fight for the Wisdom Rune, yeah. Well,
Dire are
Rain gets
scanning.
punished for it.
Rune of haste.
Really good rotation as we can see. At the 14 minutes. Oh, they actually catch the Timbers. I truly thought he was going to be able to get out of there, but not quite. So, of course, the Primal Beast actually tries to go inside and help, but he's also going to go down as he has no survivability. And unfortunately for him, well, him trying to help out is going to turn into just more blood spilled. So the top tower is going to fall any second now. That Slaughter's going to take it out. And aggressive style getting more and more terrain against the enemy. Mid lane gonna get pushed. That's gonna be Morphling trying to bait out the enemy. Also Ember Spirit coming in. Dusk actually, no. He gets tossed by the Tiny. Snowball, but that's gonna be more than enough. On mid, we still have the fight. Ah, that was a horrible ult by Shakiri, to be honest. He manages to catch nobody right there with the static field and the kinetic field. But we're also gonna have the Sunder. That was really good. Turboblade actually surviving that with such a little amount of HP. But still, the fight, the confrontation has not finished. Morphling doing wonders, turning into Tiny, actually taking down Aeonis thanks to that confrontation. But of course, he also does get punished right there by Karma, as he keeps dealing a lot of damage with the Whirling Death. Oh, but now they won Chaos Knight. He's been bezeled. Just to get out of there. Oh, damn, the middle tower's so low. 95 HP. I wonder if they're actually going to deny it. They have fortification available, but I don't think it's actually worth using right there.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Okay,
attack.
pretty dumb from Chaos Knight, actually, not denying it and get it out of there. He was just watching it fall down without being able to do anything at all. So that's just going to be a little bit of extra money to none other than the Dire team. Chaos Knight making a lot of mistakes. Okay, Morphling is actually trying to fight against the Tiny here. Oh, he's getting played right there with the Steers, but of course... Yeah, Sarler comes in time. Shiloh, he one-side kill. Corrosive Haze, that's gonna be a lot of damage. Stunned by the Morphling's adaptive strike. Still Rainy surviving? Not quite. There it is. Final kill. They had vision. Nothing you can do. On mid lane, we're gonna have another confrontation. Oh yeah, he's absolutely... Yeah, I don't think nothing you can do right there, buddy. And you can actually just
Dire's
choose
bottom
to
tower is under attack.
glimpse the Ember Spirit. I don't think he is the right target. You just get right back at it. It's a pretty good counter, honestly, against the Morphling. It's a pretty good counter against the Disruptor. Of course, he's just gonna TP back. He's gonna get full HP. And the Ember now going to bottom. More terrain being claimed by the enemy. Aggressive style already taking control of the bottom triangle. They want to deny as much farm as possible from the Turboblade. You know, the Turboblade, he's just farming top on the Ancients. Oh, they see them, so you're in chains. Tiny gonna get caught into the ice shards. Nothing you can do, my man. And just adding style points to make sure that nobody gets tossed. The Tusk takes everybody into a snowball for a ride. And Ryan's gonna have to say goodbye for another 16 seconds. He's gonna watch everything as a nothing but a spectator. Wisdom runes will come out in 3 minutes. But I feel like everybody's getting ready for it. So yeah, we can see the movement right here. There's the smoke. 1, 2, 3, 4 players from Aggressive style looking forward to the next victim. They absolutely know that there's somebody right there. There's a scan. They actually notice. Get out of there. Turboblade still alive. Scout the area. Oh no, that's well. Oh, that's a really good Sunder, and also the Disruptor with an amazing ult, actually allowing that to happen. Shakiri's actually the one getting that double kill. Primal Beast going all the way, grabs the Ember Spirit. Morphling going in. Of course, he's going to turn into the Tiny. That's going to allow himself to get the Avalanche and the toss. That's a lot of damage. Still, Morphling is becoming a beast. Not quite able to get the Timber Sword right there, but no, we got a little bit of a pause coming in from the Tusk. That was actually 3 kills for only 2. Aggressive style get actually punished for trying to go for the Terrorblade. Amazing Sunder we actually managed to see right there. Just barely pulling it out at the last moment. 19 minutes and we still don't really have a clear winner.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We have a clear advantage, but not a clear winner. Because Under Effect is still doing a pretty good job. 12 to 21, yeah, it's not looking that good. But right now, they just managed to actually kill 3 players against 2. And that is, what is that? 900 gold exchange, 900 gold difference right there. As well as the experience, I mean, 3,000 to 1,800. And I feel like, yeah, Under Effect now is having a hard time. But those Turboblade Saunders are doing an amazing job. Turboblade is the win condition right here. And the Honest is doing wonderful. Although he had a rough start, he's still having a chance to fight back. And that is why I feel like we still don't really know who's going to become the winner. Tormentor's going to fall down right now. Kind of struggling right there, but nothing's going to happen. No deaths, no confrontation from the enemy. So, Charge's going to go for none other than Tusk. We hit the 20-minute mark. That's really good charge, honestly.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Really, really good charge. Oh, bottom. They caught the rain.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Instead of being caught in the rain just got, oh, good Thunder once again. This time Ferras. El Ferras will have to say goodbye. He was all alone. Really nothing to be doing right there, Morph. That was a big, big mistake, especially as a carry. What has he got? He's got Manta Style, he's got Vladimir Soul Frame, 20 magic wands.
Structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Strange is also going straight up for a butterfly. Okay, here we go. Everyone's getting ready for a fight. The tree going in aggressively gets that ult into 4 players. They're just gonna be able to get out of there, no problem. That's a glimpse against one of them, but the Searing Chains fall in. Ember Spirit dealing the damage against Shakiri. He does get the kill right there. That is gonna be a little bit more gold. Disruptor had no ult available, so... well, that's a kill on the support. It's time for Aggressive Style to actually capitalize on mistakes. To do something about it. Starts to make sure there's vision. Oh, be careful, Tusk. They actually see you. It's really deadly. Okay, he just snowballs out of there into the Ancient. Really good stuff. 200 IQ brain. Black Soul's gonna get out of there. He's fast.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh. They spotted my man. Be careful. They... oh, look at that. Glimpsed Tusk. I don't think it's gonna happen. Look at those eye shards. Actually trap the Onus between the eye shards and the Watcher's Rock. Oh. That was close. We're gonna have the fight right there. Wait. Who's got... gotta watch it. Who's got Lincoln's? What? Oh, there they go. They actually catch our boy, Blood Moon. He's going to get absolutely destroyed. It was between pretty much the whole team right there. And well, that was not a Lincoln Sphere, but it was a Lotus Orb being activated. I don't know exactly what that sound was.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Oh, it was Roshan. Yeah, I'm stupid. I became Ogre Magai right there for a second. Bit of dumb. That was Rush. Because I heard the Lincolns and I was so confused, like, wait, who's got a Lincoln Sphere? But that just actually helped me out to notice that Timbersaw does have a Lotus Orb. Interesting item, because I feel like the only things that you can actually get back straight up into the enemy is, of course, going to be Slaughter's Corrosive Haze, Adaptive Strike, Snowball. I don't know. Well, they absolutely do want to make rush. So, of course, the whole team's gonna make the move. Middle tower is getting pushed by the creeps also, so that's gonna allow them to get a little bit of a help. But, of course, the smoke is actually popped out. They can actually see they're there. Yeah, there it is. So they are getting ready to fight it back. Oh, no. Well, they take the rush, but how Black Soul actually manages to get out of there as soon as the Primal Beast ult ends. He is able to get into the Fire Remnant. A lot of things are happening right now. Of course, the first one going down is going to be Shakiti, but Chaos Knight is the second one going up. Roshan is actually for the Dire already, by the way. So now Karma is going to be the next one, losing his life. No way he can survive that. As the Morphling actually turns into this guy, so of course he does get the reactive, armor, gets the ability to deal 4 damage. Morphling already with pretty much a butterfly coming up. He's got the custom completed. He already purchased.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And now bottom tower is gonna be taken. Oh man, that disruptor ult was not the best, honestly, especially because the kinetic field was kind of incorrectly placed. It just allowed a little bit of an area where the Amber Spirit could actually move into and just be able to get out of there using the Fire Remnant. So it was very unfortunate. They almost got him. Manages to stay alive, get out of there, and just turn this fight back against them. Morphling still with the Aegis. We're gonna have Rain losing his life, probably. He's being chased right now. Avalanche trying to survive, but of course he's gonna go down. Black Soul. Slate of Fist just to make sure that he gets that kill for himself. Now be careful with the Morphling. Look at the damage from the illusions. That's of course the Turbo Blade, still getting a little bit bigger and bigger. He's already got Manta Style, Falcon Blade, Dragon Lance.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I honestly feel like he's not that farmed. He's still got money, but he's saving for the buyback, obviously. Now be careful though, Black Soul's getting in position, trying to see if he can actually find the real Turbo Blade. The rest of the team is coming up. Let's see solutions. They all know it.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning.
Huh. Oh, we got fortification for some reason from the Radiant. Oh, they are gonna get Rain once more, but this time it's gonna go for Shiloh. He's gonna be the one collecting that gold bounty. Now the middle tower is going as the Radiant actually fortified incorrectly, very incorrectly once again. It's not the first time I've seen it. So now the Morphling's actually just gonna go for the tower. Be careful though. The rest of the team is actually gonna get ready for it. Nothing can stop this man. Oh my god, look at how he's melting the tower just the all thanks to the butterfly. Gonna go for the barracks also. It's really hard to actually save this. Still has the Aegis for 1 minute and 47 seconds. Super so. Oh god, and they actually take the melee barracks, by the way. Jeez. And that sucks. That's really lame. Oh, they're gonna get honest. Are they? Still has no thunder for you, my boy.
Oh boy.
Dusk actually surviving that so low in HP. Of course, he had the snowball available. Just to survive at the last moment. But, yeah, I was gonna say, the problem right here is that under effect, they couldn't really do much, but actually just watch their barracks get taken by the Morphling. 1 minute still in the Aegis. They could probably go ahead and try to do something aggressive. We're gonna have another kill falling in. This time, it's gonna be none other than the Disruptor being punished once more. And giving another kill to my man, the one and only Black Soul. Ember Spirit with 15 kills with 0 deaths up to this point. He's already just about to get the BKB. And now, yep, the barracks are just gonna fall. No Disruptor ult to actually help them out. Bottom tower, tower also getting pushed. Morphling, 20 seconds on the Aegis. Look at that tower getting absolutely melted. That's gonna be another fortification, but that's... Man, what's going on with these fortifies? I definitely do not like them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, aggressive coming in from Slardor, going all the way into the back lane. They actually catch one of our boys out. That's gonna be none other than the Timbersaw. He's actually gonna be able to survive quite some time. Has a shard, but of course, not for too long. Rain is the one taking the kill against Tusko. The Timbers, when is he gonna fall? He does not. Rain is the first one, is the second one. Shakiri goes down, of course. Slardor trying to survive as much as possible. He's got so low HP, but of course, Rain's gonna go. Well, that was not Rain, that was actually a Morphling. Jesus, that was pretty much it. 1, 2, 3 of them listening to the live. Ladies and gents, I think this is actually gonna be game. There's nothing that can actually stop this morph. But well, just gonna take the time right here to let everybody know that Stake is actually our official betting partner. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can actually go ahead and take all the information on the banners that we have below or in the chat, because you can actually go ahead, click on those, and go ahead and use the code that we have for you, which is none other than CCT35. So you can actually go ahead and gain yourself $35, $35 that you can use, $5 every single day for 7 days straight. So you can go ahead and use that throughout the whole week. And just like that, you can actually make your matches even more personal and fun. Oh yeah, that's gonna be another kill against Chaos Knight. Man, he's getting so punished. He's got 10 deaths already. Yeah, that was GG called. Chaos Knight falls, Shakiri falls. And that's just gonna be aggressive style getting out of there with a huge win. That was absolutely dominant, and I feel like the weakest link, to be honest, was none other than our good friend the Primal Beast. Chaos Knight was just absolutely feeding. There's no other way to actually mention that. He was the mid laner, and his net worth was also so low. Man, he just got outplayed like 2 very important times at the beginning, like getting caught into the tower while he was trying to do something against the Ember Spirit, and that just sets up everything in motion. Like, Ember Spirit starts getting a huge advantage on mid. He has a great ganking potential, actually starts using that ganking potential to actually stop the Aeonis from actually getting strong. They start punishing every single one they can. Even the movements that Shiloh actually started doing against Karma, for example, they were great. I feel like Slardor was specifically a great pick against the Timbersaw, just like I mentioned also. So I felt it was a combination of many things. I felt it was a combination between having a really good draft for aggressive style, while also having a really good amount of individual scale, but also having good synchronicity, and well, just having the ability to make a little bit of snowball into an avalanche. And that's just a great wordplay I'm doing right there, because, well, of course, we had a Tusk, so we had the snowball, but we also had the Tiny, so we also had the avalanche. So, well, I hope you guys saw what I did there right there. But okay, let me just not... I digress. Let me not just lose myself on that. Let's just go ahead into the details. Aggressive style actually wins the first point right here on 36 skills against 16 against Under Effect. With only 31 minutes in the game, the GG is called. Chaos Knight had a horrible time in the mid lane, and we are still gonna have to see what happens on the next one, because aggressive style wants to make it into the playoffs. And right now we're just gonna go into a small break, because we're just about to find out if that's gonna happen on the next one, or are we gonna have to go into a decider map after this. Ladies and gents, let's just jump into a small break, and we're gonna be right back as soon as possible with you. going to allow the Tidehunter to have pretty much infinite mana. Oh, there it is. Aggressive style. Go for the Timbers. Ooh, this time they want to show Under Effect how it's used properly, apparently, because aggressive style, well, they saw it was not banned, and they just said, hey, you know what? Timbers was absolutely really strong on the previous one. I feel like he was the only one who was well, no, I don't feel he was the only one from the other team, from Under Effect, who was actually able to fight back, who was actually able to deal some damage, to be incredibly useful also. He was really fighting for the top spots of net worth throughout the whole game, and he actually managed to get back there multiple times. So Timbersaw, absolutely strong. Let's see how it actually manages now on aggressive style side. Muerta pick, honestly, for aggressive style, I like that. For the aggressive guys, it's really strong. She actually deals magic damage whenever she turns into her ult, so you'll absolutely be able to do a lot of damage against the Tidehunter, I believe. Gonna be a lot of that, yeah, a lot of intelligence damage. Have Timbers, which will also make that Tidehunter suffer a little bit more. That's a Draw Ranger. Of course. Draw Ranger was actually banned on the previous one. I talked a lot about her, honestly. And it's because I love this pick right now. We'll definitely be able to deal against that Timber, so she's going to have to farm a lot. But she can absolutely destroy that Timbers. Also, there's this weird way in which the Frost Arrows work with Draw Ranger, because for some reason, whenever a player pops up a Blade Mail, like the Frost Arrows, yes, they do deal damage, but for some reason it doesn't really reflect the whole damage. I don't really know exactly why. I feel like it's because of the ult, that it just goes through the armor. Also with Shard, of course, it's just gonna be able to destroy that Timber. So absolutely, we're gonna have a ban on the Ember Spirit, by the way, for Under Effect. And that's a good one, because it would actually be a really good pick for aggressive style right there, once again, because it's a really good way for them to actually reach the Draw Ranger. You know, she's gonna be hitting from behind. But now aggressive style bans the Queen of Pain, and Under Effect, they just decided to get rid of the Tiny. Interesting ban, because they were the one using them. But as aggressive style already went for the Timbersaw pick, maybe they expected that they were just gonna try and go ahead and pick it for themselves also. Well, what's the final ban gonna be? What do you think aggressive style that these guys are gonna whip out? So we still need to know who's gonna be our mid laner, and that could be, I wish it was an Invoker. Obviously, it was not going to be an Invoker. There are not a lot of Invoker players, and it's not a good pick on this matchup, honestly. Like, this guy is just gonna silence instantly. Muerta also got absolutely silenced. Marcy going all the way, catching the Invokers, taking them out. Yeah, Invokers is... I love myself some good Invokers, man. I'm an Invoker main myself, so I was expecting to see one. Huh. Wait, now that I think about it, Invoker would be a great pick for aggressive. That would be a nice way to actually try to counteract the Tidehunter's ult, probably, if you're staying behind. I mean, good positioning. You're gonna be able to Tornado, you're gonna be able to draw the mana away from the Tidehunter and the Tusk, put them in a tough spot. Of course, also allow the setup for the Draw Ranger, right? So you can get that another Primal Beast. I don't like that. I don't like the Primal Beast peak, mostly just basing myself on the previous performance. I don't think it was good. I feel like maybe trying something else would be better. You know what they say, I mean, you can actually just try the same thing over and over again. But if you want things to change, then you gotta do something different, man. I feel like the Primal Beast not that good. It'd be pretty good just to go all the way into the back lane, but the only one who's actually going to be kind of vulnerable is going to be none other than the Skywrath Mage. But Chaos Knight will absolutely be denied if he tries that, and absolutely destroyed by the Timber. So the Muerta, the Fear. I mean, she has that shot helping her out. Marcy, yes. Oh, actually, yeah, I just noticed the last pick's actually Slardar. So we do have the combo I actually mentioned about the Marcy with the pick me up facet being with the Slardar and jumping into the enemy, which is gonna be none other than the Throw Ranger or the Lion. So they're gonna be absolutely destroyed. Oh my god, yeah. I absolutely talked about that, and it's going to be so strong. It has destroyed me so many times. And also, like, one of my friends is actually one of the good friends I got, whom I play Dota a lot. He actually mains Marcy also, so that's really good stuff. We usually pull it out from time to time really strong. So, well, as we can see right now, this is just a draft that we're going to have right now before we jump into the battlefield. So, let me tell you a little bit more about that. So, Bloodborne's going for the Marcy on the Pick Me Up facet, just like I mentioned. FNK is going to Skywrath. Timberstone is going to be Shiloh. Ferra's going for Muerta on the carry with the Quick Draw facet. To the Chakram, of course, for Timberstone, obviously. Slardar, Black Soul with the Leg Day. Wait, he's going mid. Okay, that's interesting. And I wanted to mention another thing. Yeah. Skywrath Mage is actually going for the, not for the Shield of the Scion facet, but the other one. So he's going to have that little cooldown reduction helping him out. Yeah, he's going Staff of the Scion.
Prepare for battle.
So yeah, that helping out with the Arcane Bolt, of course.
Well, I tried.
It's really gonna help out. But well, here we are, ladies and gents. Thank you very much. I hope that you had enjoyed that draft and picks and everything that I just talked to you about. Because right now, it is time to actually jump into the action. No more japping. All gonna be about the kills. It's all gonna be about the amazing gameplay that Dota 2 provides to every single one of us that we so much love. We're gonna have a little bit more of a fight. Oh yeah, it's gonna happen again. I'm having a little bit of PTSD because both teams are gonna clash on the top side of the jungle from the enemy. The smoke has been dissipated. They actually spot them. Oh, taking a little bit too slow to actually react right there. The custom shot actually just landing against the... Oh my god. Wow, Shakiri just got absolutely destroyed right there by the Timbers. Of course, the second one, that's gonna be FNK taking down Rain. Jesus, this Lawler wants to get out of there. Survives with 150 HP. Gonna be fine. Gonna take that rune. That's gonna be a double rune, honestly. And, well, Tide Hunter. Going for those at the bottom. That's 2 initial kills for aggressive style. That is the power of the Timber. So 100 pure damage, practically. Level 1. Uh-oh, Timber just put himself in a very tough spot. Of course, Aggressive shot gonna help out against the Honest, but he's so low in HP. Yeah, he's not gonna survive that right there. Also, Skyrath's gonna get stunned. They were not expecting the 3-man action. The Tusk doesn't really have anything to fight back. Oh, we actually... Oh, look at that. We've got the Blood Moon kill against Korma. Surprisingly, FNK actually survives. Got a concussive shot right there. Actually deals some damage against anybody.
Don't you dare.
I thought for a second that the Timbers was gonna go mid. Just because of the ganking potential he's gonna have if he starts leveling up the Timber chain. And that we were going to see the Marcy Slark. Marcy Slardar top lane also on the off lane. No, it doesn't happen. Oh no, Sky putting himself in a very tough spot. Of course, can get some shots trying to help out right here, but he wants some. Pretty sure he can't deny that aggressive play coming in from Shiloh, but he's gonna get punished. Of course, uses the chain to try to get out of there. 3, 2, 1 second. It's a bit of a confrontation right there. As we can see, well, this guy is really low in HP. Can get punished. Does come for the shards. If they catch the sky, that could be the end of his. Yep. Not quite. Well, let's just look right back into bottom. As we just have the carry. Oh, wow. They actually do get that kill against Shakiri. That was... Oh, the chain. No mana. See you next time, my boy. Be honest, he's gonna claim a double, and that's a double kill for Drow Rangers. That's no... Yeah, no bueno, amigo. Not good at all. Sky coming in to help. Bloodwound kind of missing that one against the Lion. He's gonna be slowed. So no biggie. He's absolutely going to be caught right there. Gonna toss it back. That's gonna be a kill for Ferras, the carry. Getting a little bit fed right now on mid lane. The Primal Beast still suffering a little bit against Slaughter, which already got one whole level against him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, that was nasty, dude. He just fortified to be able to deny all that wave. Damn, no wonder this guy's really suffering on the mid lane at this moment, of course. I was just gonna take care of it later, but... On the top lane. Blazing our eyes. On the safe lane. For the Drow Ranger. Still no silence. I feel like that's a good thing right now. Timbers. He has a soul ring. Well, just a little bit of the calm before the storm. Right now, not much is happening. That Morta getting punished, oh boy. That's pretty good. I mean, it's just one stun and a couple abilities from Karma, and that was more than enough to bring down the Morta. Don't really have anything to help out. I feel like maybe Marcy could have helped right there with the rebound. At least drop the Lion into the tower just to make sure that she could deal some damage. Free block, body block, and maybe get that kill at least. Well, anyways. Oh no, Sky, come on, brother. He's gonna get caught in the eye shards. There's the silence. And the multi-shot's just gonna be more than enough to bring him down. That Drow Ranger's getting fed. Be careful. And... yeah, that's the thing about Drow Ranger. I mean, part of her core build is usually going into a Shadow Blade, into Silver Blade, eventually. Silver Edge, sorry. Now, of course, they have a Slaughter, so it's not really the best situation to have a Shadow Blade. But the thing is that it's going to be great against the Timber Soul. So once you have the Silver Edge, that Timber Soul is just going to get absolutely deleted. Chasing on the Muerta on bottom, of course, Mars is going to be right there to help out. And yeah, that Lion's just going to be absolutely destroyed. That shot just to make sure. Tons of damage. 175 magical damage against Lion, who's only a level 2 right now. Level 3, actually. Dispose of the Tide Hunter. Bring him down. Good fear, not quite there.
Has been killed.
Still, they drive him away. That's what matters. On the mid lane, we got only 5 seconds until the rune actually appears. It says that Mars is coming bottom. They're gonna make a fight right there. And the rune is not appearing on that spot. It's actually gonna be a shield. Oh no. Yeah, there it is. That's exactly what I meant. I mean, poor Lion, man. Absolutely destroyed. Of course, FNK actually grabs the shield just to be sure that it's actually denied to the Primal Beast. And I love how the two supports actually come in to help. It was a 2v3, so... And yeah, the Lion right now is so under-leveled. Interesting. Okay, that's Morta actually trying to help out against the Drone Ranger. Multi-shot, but that's not quite dealing a lot of damage. Watch out, the Ice Shards. Oh my god, the damage against the Tusk. Of course, he snowballs. He's going to go into the sky, but he is absolutely going to go down. That's going to be Timber still taking it. Nope, that is actually Ferras. Lands a shot. Could have taken it with a Rolling Dead, but
Are scanning.
he just decided to actually leave it to the carry. Probably the greatest idea, mostly because that Drone Ranger already has a really good amount of kills. 4 kills, actually. 4-0. Goes for the Falcon Blade. Has enough money to actually finish it. Wants to wait a little bit longer. And they want to go for the Muerta. Multi-shot, stun, and that's just going to be a couple more shots. Yeah, she's gone. Primal Beast also joins the phone right there just to make sure that he can take that kill with the trample.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Be careful, Slaughter still happily farming in the mid lane. I'm farming lane because
Dire's
I'm a
middle tower is
winner.
under attack.
Primal Beast is back. Gonna get that ult with the pulverize. Gonna trap him on the tower. Just gonna take a little bit of damage, but he's got a bottle. He's gonna use it. He's gonna punch once back. He's corrosive haste. Be careful, the Lion's right there. He's gonna stun. Ooh, tons of damage. Is he gonna get away? No. The Hex just at the perfect moment to make sure that he couldn't run away. Now the rune is also available. That's gonna be an arcane for the Primal to be able to refill the bottle. Good stuff, as we can see right here. The gold advantage is still... Oh, no, look at that. You're having the rune just makes a whole difference.
Tower is under attack.
The balance is tipping to that towards that Roll Ringer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's pretty good. Tosk actually surviving that. Tidehunter using the Ravish also. Now, of course, that Timber is absolutely going to go down. Nothing he can do. Of course, the rest of the team tries to help out. Muerta with the dead shot, trying to drive them away, but there's nothing they can do. That was an easy double kill right there. Tusk, with the survivability of the Snowball, lives to tell the tale. And this time, things are looking pretty good, honestly. Pretty good for Under Effect. Wanted to stay behind. I am surprised she doesn't have the calling. Oh my, mid lane suffering a little bit right there. Of course, we're gonna see TPs to try to help out. Oh no! Primal actually went all the way in. Yeah, that is not good. He's definitely gonna go down. No, because the rest of the team actually comes in to help. Marcy dropping in all the way into the back lane. That Lion's absolutely gonna be destroyed. Marcy with a pickup fast, and watch out, the Draw Ranger is trying to join the fun, but of course she's a little bit too late to the party. That is gonna be 3 kills for none.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
1,128 gold difference right there. But still, the balance dipping a little bit to the Dire team. Gonna punish that middle tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lion coming in. Beep beep. He's being corrosive here, so be careful there, Sky. You're in a very tough spot. One wrong step and you can actually be stunned and taken. Okay, concussive shot just to keep him. Just to get that slow into rain. We're gonna have a little bit of something going on right there. Of course, Ro is gonna use the Gust trying to survive that, but Tusk comes into the fun. He's gonna help out with the snowball. Oh, but the damage from Slaughter. The Ice Short's just in the clutch moment, and now he's definitely going down. Slaughter, you just got yourself a little bit too greedy. Oh my god, Aeon is surviving that, clutched by Shakiri. That is the reason why the Tusk was picked on the previous one, and he might have been the now that I think about it, he might have been the win condition for aggressive style on the previous game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Kishi kishi meow meow. What are they going for the mithril hammer? What's it called? Forget about that item. The yeah, the maelstrom. And I know it turns into Mjolnir. Well, they catch the Tusk. Of course, he's gonna snowball anyone he can, but our good old friend Timbersaw is right there to help out.
What?
And after dealing 200 pure damage in just one combo, of course, Black Soul is just gonna be able to claim that kill. Now we have a little bit of movement into mid. Regeneration rune on top. That's gonna be picked up by Black Soul.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gonna take that sweet stack. A little bit of money right there, and he
Radiant's
absolutely
bottom
needed it.
tower is under attack.
Because honestly, Slardar is kind of ahead regarding his team, except for Muerta. But the main problem is really low on the levels.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Launch is gonna be one free tower on top and a free tower on bottom, so we're just gonna have a little bit of a trade.
Radiant are scanning.
Light Hunter farming perfectly. He's just about to get his Hangonims. Oh, there we go. Marcy going in aggressively, but be careful. Primal Beast is right there. Ravish is available, and there it goes. Of course, Muerta pops you all just at the perfect moment, but Dro is right there actually taking that kill with a multi-shot against Blood Moon. They're gonna get everything they've got. Ferras is the next one going down. As Karma claims his life. Now, of course, this guy is trying to survive right there, but the Timbers is chasing the Tide Hunter. Of course, he deals pure damage. He's absolutely not going to be able to survive that. He's got Twisted Chakra, but no, he's not decided. He's not gonna use it. Oh, he gets started at this moment. Yeah, he gets absolutely denied right there. The whole team just pushing in aggressively, and they punish back. That was a great Ravish we saw right there. Of course, that Hunter is going down. He puts himself in a very tough spot, but also he does have the Kraken Swell facet. So right now he's got 5 Kraken Shell stacks. Gonna help out a little bit, to be honest. But if we pay attention to the fight recap, that was actually 4 players dead. Muerta dies, that's a very important kill. Timbersaw dies, Sky dies, Marcy dies, and the only one dying on the other side is none other than the Tide Hunter. So, huge gold difference right there. Now it's a 3k, 2k gold advantage. It just went a little bit down. With the Drow Ranger sitting on top of the net worth with 7,570 gold. I love the way she just arrived with the sidestep facet, dealing damage with the multi-shot just to be able to claim that kill at the beginning of the fight. Just against Blood Moon. And well, Muerta is just 50 gold away to actually getting the Maelstrom. So at least that's gonna allow her to be able to farm a little bit faster. But for example, the Drow Ranger, usually whenever you're just gonna stay in the jungle for a good while, there's really no point in getting the Dragonlance first. But she's actually joining the fights. She's actually doing a good job making the rotations. Just comes at the perfect moment, at the perfect spot. Like she's really positioning herself really good. And I love the way that the Tide Hunter is just not afraid of actually starting the fight as well as the Tusk. Of course, that is their job. That's exactly what you should be expecting from them, right? But the Drow Ranger, because of that, she's really getting fed. She's got 8 kills, 0 deaths, and 3 assists. Oh, we have a little bit of a pause right here. Apparently, one of them is actually lagging. Disconnecting, trying to reconnect. Oh yeah, there we go. It has been cool. After this little break, let's just go ahead and jump straight back into the action. Now, oh, well, Chaos Knight actually going for that one. No, he just goes ahead. Falls forward. Well, we are going to have a little bit of the calm for the storm. It seems that both teams actually want to farm just a little bit more to make sure that they have everything they need to be able to fight back. So as we just reached the 15-minute marks and they want to get their neutral items, by the way, tier 2, I'm just going to take the time, ladies and gents, and let you know that if you haven't been right here with us and you don't know the good news, well, Stake just happens to now be our official betting partner. So you can actually go ahead and check all the information that we have on the banners below or on the chat, because you can actually go ahead and use the code that we have for you, CCT35. CCT35. You can actually get $35 with the next 7 days, $5 every single day, so you can use it with Stake. So go ahead and check all the information so you can make your matches even more interesting and even more personal. Go ahead and check all the information on the banners. You go ahead and use that code, so we are all gonna have a lot of fun. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, that terms and conditions still apply. So Ranger crafts the Defiant Shell. It's pretty good. Defiant Shell with yeah, attack speed, obviously. Primal Beast still does not have his. Same for Tusk. Same for Tidehunter. Yeah, everybody just farming for the neutrals. On the other side, they do. The only one missing is Marcy for the only one Madstone and the Scarlet Mage. Yeah, this Drow is just farming happily. Oh yeah, doing a good job. Get that sweet, sweet money, baby. Going for the Yasha. Trying to get that Mantis Tal as soon as possible. 17 minutes, that's pretty good. Not that far away. I especially love that they changed the Mantis Tal recipe. So now you use the Diadem instead of Ultimate Orb. Pretty expensive. That's like way too much money just sitting on your backpack. So if you got caught, that's really bad for the carries. Ooh, we're gonna have a little bit of fight right here. They actually see them. Smoke has been activated, and yeah, the first one they see is gonna be none other than the Tidehunter. Of course, he's actually gonna be able to drop the Ravage. The stun also against the Muerta. Okay, gets popped inside thanks to the Marcy. That's gonna be the first one going down. Is Karma, ladies and gents. The tank is gone. But be careful. Marcy has the ultimate available. Unleash. But it is now gone. Well, that's gonna be a little bit of retaliation. And Tidehunter's gonna be the only one dying right there. I feel like a little bit more could have happened. But it does not. So after that confrontation, a little bit of a fight. We got the 14-14 on the scoreboard, pretty much equal. But the gold advantage still remains to the Troll Ranger. Oh, Blade Dagger going in. Good silence, actually disrupting the ultimate from Chaos Knight. Ooh, look at that damage. Shakiri just gets absolutely decimated by the Sarthar. Now, of course, the chase begins. But yeah, Primal's just gonna blink out of there. Watch out, Lion gets himself in a very tough spot now. Yeah, he's gonna get absolutely destroyed. Why would you get on top into that triangle when you know the Slaughter is actually chasing that spot? That is an extra kill that absolutely did not need to happen. So that was the Lion death, the Tusk death. I'm definitely liking this. I'm pretty sure the Drow Ranger should be really close to the Mount. So yeah, she's just 2,500 gold away. Once again, bro, Primal, stop doing that. Chaos Knight just loves farming with his only escaping ability. Why are you doing that? It's better for him to actually blink in, use trample, and then use the onslaught to be able to get out of there, but no, he just gets absolutely deleted. And I'm gonna say it once again. I feel that Chaos Knight is right now the weakest link on the chain. Oh, we're gonna have a little bit of a fight. That lion. Oh, watch out, rush. Okay, he gets out of there. He's got Blink already. But well, not losing a single second. 20-minute mark is reached, and just like that, the Tormentor is done by the Aggressiv Cell team. Of course, that one's gonna go for none other than Sky getting the shard. That's huge.
Dire are scanning.
Huge, especially because it's Hurricane Bolt.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we're gonna have some movement right here. They want to catch the Slaughter, which Lion is actually caught right now. Oh, the movement. Boom. A ton of damage from this guy. Silence into the Lion. He's gonna be the first one going down, but of course the Primal goes in with everything he's got into the sky. Of course they get punished. Ravage is actually used right there. Chaos Knight takes a double as he also claims Ferris, however. Boom. Shiloh dealing damage with the pure damage right there, but also the Throw Ranger from all the way to the back lane dealing a lot of damage with the arrows. 3 players are down, and now that tower can absolutely be deleted. The Throw Ranger will be able to. She's got a Jasha. This guy's getting ready. No, just going for the creeps. Just making sure that the tower's not going to go down. Going to contest it. Well, really good stuff, but I feel like Muerta right now. Okay, Muerta is going for the Dragonlance. I feel like right now she doesn't really need the Dragonlance. I would personally, I would prioritize the BKB because that Ravage is absolutely just wrecking her. She's unable to do anything at all, and I feel like she don't need Dragonlance if she's gonna be all the way in the middle of the fight, right? Which is what's happening every single time. Especially if the Marcy has the pick me up facet.
Tower is under attack.
Like, she can actually be transported all the way into the middle. She goes to the middle, she drops the ghost so that she actually silences the enemy.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Also, she hasn't been able to silence the Tidehunter. At least not correctly. But anyways, Roshan right now is being claimed. Oh, watch out, we're gonna have a fight. Boom, tons of damage right there against the Marcy. She's really low on HP. Pops the ult, gonna survive right there. Oh my god, the Throw Ranger's just melting them. My god, she's really strong, dealing so much damage. Look at that, the Timbers can't get out of there. No, he just gets completely stuck and no way to get out.
Such as tomorrow.
Well, Muerta does get the
Radiant's top
rush,
tower
but
is
what?
under attack.
Was it actually worth it? That was a 3 kill for 3 kill. Nothing can stop this Throw Ranger. He keeps on farming. Hot damn. But Hunter still has Ravage available, by the way. So if they try to look for a fight right now, it could absolutely break out in a very positive manner. Especially for Leonis. Really good positioning, tons of damage, really farmed up. Now she's got Manta style. He would use it on the previous fight also. I feel like it is a good moment to actually look for a fight, even if Muerta has the rush available. And like I said, I would absolutely just prioritize the BKB instead of the Dragonlance. Well, but she also has to find a way to be able to reach the Throw Ranger. I feel like it's all about the picks. I feel like it's just the Throw Ranger pick what's going to really be hurting the enemy. And another interesting thing, I feel like the Slaughter Marcy combo would have been way better to be able to shut down the enemy on the off lane, especially the Drow Ranger early on, than taking this Lord mid. It could have been an easy shutdown for her. Her really suffer. Well, 25 minutes. 25-minute mark, ladies and gents. So right now, the big items are just about to start getting formed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Our good friend Tidehunter has been having Agony Scepter for a while. Of course, the Gush. Absolutely. Really helping out.
Dire are scanning.
They use the scan just to make sure that they can check on the wisdom room. They're gonna make a move. Yeah, they want to go for that wisdom room. So of course the smoky spot, but they actually are going to spot the lion there. No, they know there's somebody there, but they don't know exactly who is it. The lion, of course, actually blinks out. He's just gonna get out of there. Nothing happened. The rest of the enemy team, in this case, are making their move. They know exactly where they are. Oh, the Muerta is going to be the first one going down. Yeah, absolutely. Well, she buffs the ult. The Ravage actually chases her. FNK is going to be the first one going down. Dual Ranger between the threes, of course, going to do everything she's got. Ethereal from Muerta, dealing so much damage as well. Shakira loses his life. Bloodwound's going to be the next one. Tons of damage. That Muerta finally doing what he should do. Oh, the TP, there it is, actually stopped, and then the fear just to make sure. Tidehunter's also gonna suffer right now. Muerta finally getting back on track. Alright, 40 seconds for the rush to be activated. And finally, gamers from all around the world, let me tell you this little piece of information. Drow Ranger finally died. She was 12-0, so that was... How much money was that? How much money was that? That was... Sheesh! 1,300 gold. 1,400 gold, actually. 1,000 for Black Soul and the rest among 3 heroes. That was great stuff. That's really gonna help out for the BKBs. Absolutely. Rush is gonna be consumed. She's gonna get healed all the way to max. And keep on farming. That was a weird position for Drow Ranger, honestly, on that previous fight. Wish we could see the replay. Because the thing is, she was just between the trees, and she thought she was kind of safe, and she, in a certain way, was. But the problem is that the enemy has the Tinkers, right? So he just goes in straight up for her, just deletes the area, and she's easily found. So the ult goes right into her. Really good stuff. 29-minute mark. Drow Ranger with Shadow Blade also, by the way. Like I mentioned, it's gonna go for the Silver Edge. So that she can break the Timber Stow. Or the Slaughter, of course, he's gonna get caught right there. Good man taking it out of there. Nice sidestep also, followed up from the Hurricane Pike. Of course, the Pulverize actually holds him in place. Now the Mortis has also been spotted. They can see all the shards missing and blocking his own teammates, and the Gush going the other way. Okay, Karma. Oh, here he goes. He's gonna go all the way inside with the onslaught, and the blink from the Lion with the stun, denying the teleport. That was great. Allowing another kill to fall in. This time Blood Moon is gonna go 35 seconds, becoming a spectator only. Oh man, this is a constant back and forth. We don't really know exactly who can actually get the win right there. But I feel like... Oh, that Lion absolutely caught.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he goes for the he goes for the sentry, and I hope it was worth it. Worth it, my man, because they see you and they just chase. They get the kill. But yeah, as I was saying, it's really hard to know exactly who can actually win this, because the enemy has his Road Ranger. We all know she's really, really strong, right? Absolutely going to destroy the Timbersaw once she has the Silver Edge. She will absolutely be able to deal a lot of damage against the Marcy, against the Starler as well. Sky is just going to be absolutely melted. Couple arrows. If she goes for a Daedalus, that's going to be more than enough. Right now, she's building towards what is it? In a Demon Edge. Castle Bridge. So yeah, of course, the Draw Ranger prioritizing the Silver Edge just to be able to break 2 players. Then go for the Butterfly. But yeah, Daedalus, for example, would allow herself to actually delete anyone in just like a couple shots. Which is great, but might just not be the best situation right here. I feel like Aghanims would be also a good idea against the Timbers and the Starlord, because they're pretty tanky. Also, Marcy Hassel or Crest. She's going for a Heaven's Callbirth. Anyways, the important thing right here is that Aeonis, Throw Ranger, will eventually get her shard. And once she has the shard, I think that things will definitely spiral out of control. Gonna be able to decimate every single one of them. Now, 30 minutes on the mark. Yep, they're gonna go for the Tormentor right now. It's gonna be another free shard. 3 players gonna be more than enough to take it. Careful. No, they're not gonna take this one gate. Just scouting that nobody's gonna actually take it. Oh, they're waiting. Oh, they're waiting. They have vision. That lion's gonna blink in. I'm damn sure about it. It's gonna be a Ravage also, follow-up. So that's gonna be 2 kills. Easily claimed. Sheesh, under effect once more. Getting back on track. We have a 5k gold advantage, this time for the aggressive style team. 27 and 26 kills. A little bit behind. Oh, they catch the throw. They actually see her. She's gonna ghost. Gonna silence it. She is gonna silence the Sky, so he's not gonna be able to do anything right there. Really good stuff, and of course the follow-up with the rest of the team coming up from the high ground. Catching this guy, Timbers, just surviving because, well, he is a Timbers, but he's absolutely going to go down. He is anchored, nothing he can do. Of course, Slardar getting that kill against Rain, but of course the Draw Ranger is gonna deal so much damage also. Karma's the one claiming that kill against the Shiloh. 1, 2, 3 players down, all in exchange of fast support. I don't think it was actually worth it. I was talking about at the 27, 26. That's a 28, 28. Wait, is that 27? I don't know. But they were just 1 kill away, and now we're completely tied up.
Radiant are scanning.
The goal's still
Radiant's
just
middle
for the
tower
Draw
is under
Ranger.
attack.
I feel like she
Dire's
should be
top
getting her
tower
shard
is
right
under
now, but
attack.
oh yeah, she just did. Oh boy. This is getting tough. This is exactly the fight that allowed the Draw Ranger to get her Glacier.
Are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Scanning a little bit. Going for the Roshan. Of course, they actually expect that to happen. Gonna deward that. They're right there. Roshan is just about to go. Ravage is not available. They actually catch one off. That is gonna be none other than Shakiti out of the equation, of course. No Ravage. That's also gonna be the Tidehunter being absolutely destroyed. Now, fortunately for them, the Draw Ranger does grab the Aegis, but she's pretty much alone in a bad position. She's gonna get caught. Lion blinking in, getting that stun. Of course, the BKB is gonna be activated. Oh, a ton of damage from that Timber. So Fulbray is gonna be used right there, catching 3 enemies. But this guy's so low on HP. Of course, Warta dealing a lot of damage. Tons of buybacks also. So now the Ravage was available, was definitely used. We also see the buyback from the Rain. And the Draw Ranger all the way from behind. Ooh, but the follow-up, they actually chase up. Of course, he's also gonna get punished with the Lion's Finger. And the Draw Ranger also dealing a lot of damage from the back lane. Ferris is also gonna say goodbye right now. Lion still wanted to chase for some reason, gets caught. And gets deleted in just a couple seconds. Sky and, of course, Maxwell, they had everything available. Oh my god, what a fight. What just happened? How many buybacks did we get there? That was Karma actually buying back as well as Rain. I cannot believe that just happened. I truly thought that the Draw Ranger was going to go down. But she manages to survive with just a nick of HP and more than enough to get back all again and deal a lot of damage on the back lane on a safer position. And then, just when she was about to die, the buyback from the Tidehunter pulls in. Gets the Ravage just in time also because it wasn't cooldown. Oh my god, how the table is turned just at the last moment. That was an amazing fight we just noticed right there. Oh my god. It is absolutely getting fun. I'll tell you that, guys. That was the opportunity. Jesus. Well, the buyback has been used. Okay, Sky, be careful. He actually tries to do something right there against the Tusk, and he could actually do it. Yep, it's gonna connect concussive shot, but be careful. Sky is now completely out of mana. And the Draw Ranger has been caught right here. Of course, Boldra is actually gonna help her out. He gets done a little bit, uses the Shadow Blade, try to get back to lane. Of course, the Shard is gonna be activated right there, also dealing a lot of damage, takes down Blood Moon. Nothing she could do. Once again, the Draw Ranger getting a good position. And she still hasn't died a second time. A little bit of a goal difference right there. It's just going to be a support for a support. But the problem is that the Draw Ranger is still growing and growing. Now, we all know how dangerous that is. What about the Muerta?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, she has BKB. That's what I said we definitely need. Oh, we have a fight right there on top. Yeah. There's no way you're actually going to be able to count that. The tail, yeah. If you do not get that Draw Ranger, you're just gonna be absolutely deleted. Once again, scouting the area with the Silver Edge. This is the stack, so maybe she could actually get it also.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So that's just gonna be the tower.
Are fortified.
We got the fortification. That's one of the good ones. Contrary to their previous game. Because right now, if that tower falls, they're gonna get a refresh. 37-minute game. I absolutely love what I'm seeing right here. That Draw Ranger is keeping the whole game alive. Previous games were really ending quite fast, but this one is a completely different story. Mercy is not carrying dust. I mean, she does, but it's on the backpack, so. My friends.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just like Witch Doctor would say. Oh yeah! See that back. Alright, smoke has been used here on top also, so we're gonna have a double smoke of the teams. Making a move all the way from the bottom triangle and but the contrary on the other side. Gonna have to move from the top triangle, so nothing's gonna happen. This could just turn into the bottom tower falling though. Tier 2 and then moving into mid. Yeah, they're chasing. They're not gonna see anyone right there. I would have taken the opportunity. Alright, just wipe out the creeps. on the middle lane. Let's draw the attention. Of course, nothing's gonna happen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And there's a Morta pushing that.
Dire's structures are
There's a
fortified.
fortification. Reinforced. Oh, they took the twin gates. Now they know exactly where they are. Oh boy. Fight is just about to break out. They're gonna stumble right
Dire's
on the
bottom
wisdom
tower is
room.
under attack.
No, the rest of the team actually don't go into the lane. Hey, it's pretty much the
Dire's
same
middle
strategy,
tower
but
is
backwards.
under attack.
Alright, no blood has been spilled. Nothing happened right there.
Dire are scanning.
Very tense moments, but like many things happened, but nothing happened. Bottom tower suffering, to be honest. Also, fortification was forced, so I guess that's still pretty good. We got a really good ward all the way on top, also, and the enemy jungle is warded, by the way. The aggressive styles, the top triangle. Okay, that's gonna be a move through the twin gates. They want to go for the one they just spotted. Oh yeah, because they have the ward. They actually gonna spot the Slaughter. Of course, there we go. Pulverize is gonna catch him. That's gonna be so much damage. Oh my god. Absolutely deleted. He has his spy back, but oh my. Yeah, this guy's
Dire's
truly
middle
hunting
tower
down.
is under attack.
well, 40 minutes, so that is gonna be a Tormentor. Free shard. Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? That's gonna be Tusk. Middle tower almost falling. It
Dire's
does.
middle tower has fallen.
The catapults. Gonna be the MVP right there.
Got it.
Well, now that the first tier 2 has fallen for the Under Effect team, they're gonna have to reset on the Glyph of Fortification. But things are pretty much equal regarding towers. Also Chaos, 34 and 34. But look at that money. I mean, it's still helping out the aggressive style team. Oh, we're gonna have something going on. Yep, that's the Blinket Enter with the Pulverize. Of course, that's gonna be FNK. Absolutely destroyed. Funk, he's gonna say goodbye. Now, of course, we're gonna have... Oh, no, she's gonna be spotted. Marcy gonna go down, of course. Nothing you can do right there. Also chained. Anchored. Dead in the water, my Marcy. Well, Tusk actually, it's just gonna right there, so call for applause. Not like it would have changed anything, but ladies and gents, I think this could actually just be a game for, in this case, for Under Effect. And I feel like, just like I mentioned at the beginning, it was the Drow Ranger pick. Like, I absolutely knew she was just going to tear through Slaughter, tear through the Timber, so, like, nothing was going to stop her. But I feel like the most important part about that is that Primal Beast was able to recover, was able to get tanky. We're having some really good Ravages, honestly, also. And of course, well, who could forget about Tusk? And that middle tower is gonna get down. No fortification, of course. Gonna keep on pushing. Gonna use the multi-shot just to clear the wave, and now she's gonna use the shard to be able to take it down. Could use Manta to help out, but... Oh, there it is. Tower has been fortified. There's a ward inside also. Ravage is available. Be careful. They have everything they want just to be able to wipe you out in your own base. Not gonna happen.
is under attack.
No further casualties. But the tower absolutely suffered a lot. Oh, that's Roshan available, and they have all the opportunity to make it. Yep, they're making the call. Oh, gonna see the smoke and the attack. They actually see that they were around Roshan, but not in Roshan, so they know they should be on the lower triangle. However, are they gonna be spotted? I think they will be. Rings on the map, as we can see, they're going all the way from the bottom lane. Oh my god, they're just surrounding each other, going in circles.
Dire are scared.
Both of them are chasing each other, and none of them have actually spotted themselves. That's gonna be an Emus rune. Oh, that's great for the Primal, honestly. And he has a shield also with a refresher. They actually spot the enemy first. That's gonna be Blink and Ravage, absolutely destroyed. Look at that, refresher also, second Ravage. BKB gonna be activated by the Muerta, but of course she's not really focusing on the right targets. He's gonna get pulverized. They're gonna get break for the only one player that was back there, which was Bloodborne. Of course, we're gonna see the buybacks. That's 3 buybacks already. Black Soul, Funk, and Bloodmoon are gonna be able to get back in the track of the game, but Ferraz is absolutely not gonna be able to join the fun. Oh my god, they just got... Well, the hunter just got hunted. And also that refresher was just perfect. 2 Ravages followed up. Amazing. And that throw Ranger from behind. I mean, look at how she actually runs out of mana from just frost arrowing with the enemy. That was great. But of course, the Lion right here to help out. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Has a great healing Lotus, by the way. Okay, Slaughter has been spotted. Morphe is just around. He's the only one right there, so. Well, 45 minutes in the game. But after 3 buybacks have been used, I feel like right now, any single mistake, it's going to be capitalized. I feel like this could be the end for aggressive style, because right now, they absolutely no longer have the upper hand. There they go. They're going to engage, actually. Sky using everything he's got, but the Snowball going to save out right there. Bro. On a perfect position, gonna deal so much damage. Of course, they're gonna catch another one dead in the water. You're not escaping from there. Black Soul loses his life. Funk, of course, loses his life also. Shadow's gonna be the next one. Oh my god, Blood one. Yep, that is gonna be GG. It has already been called. Of course, Muerta popping inside. Okay, she gets 1, 2, well, that was absolutely interesting. Mostly because the Muerta actually just joins in the fight at the last moment. And she actually gets a double kill all by herself. I feel like if she had been in the perfect moment, at the perfect spot, everything could have been different. But I feel like Muerta just wasn't really there. I don't really know exactly what happened. But the only thing that I know that did happen was Draw Ranger being the tiebreaker, the water breaker, the one that set up the pace for everything and for the future. I called it from the beginning. I feel like that Draw Ranger was an incredible pick right there, especially against Yslarador, especially against the Timber. So even though these heroes are absolutely really strong, Draw Ranger was the right call. It absolutely was, and she did an amazing job also carrying this game. But all right. Let's just focus on what is important right now. We have a 1 versus 1 on the score. So we're going to have to jump into a decisive match to see who will actually have a better chance, ladies and gents, at becoming the champion of champions. So from this best of 3, we're going to go into a small break because, well, now Under Effect manages to get the victory. They managed to get back in the game. They do not want to give up after what happened in the previous one. And now we're gonna have more Dota to be played for the day. So we're just gonna jump into a small break, and we're gonna be right back as soon as we can to see who will have a better chance at becoming the champion of champions. banning the Brewmaster once again, the Dragon Knight, Warlock. That's going to be a Treant Protector, going to say goodbye, and a Tide Hunter. So I feel like the Tide Hunter ban was actually overlooked on the previous one because the first time it was banned, but in the second one it was picked. Now Under Effect actually opts to ban once again Shadow Demon, Shadow Fiend. That's two bans with the these two guys have been banned on pretty much every single one of the confrontations right now by this same team. Also, they ban the Clockwork, they ban the TA and the Ursa. So that's pretty standard. Under Effect actually seems to be going for the exact same bans over and over right here. So Aggressive Style going for the second pick of their own. That's going to be a Ringmaster. Really interesting. I wonder what they're going to combo with in this case. Could be a Luna, for example. I heard that is actually really good if you manage to get a really good Ringmaster and Luna combo. Especially after Luna has her Aghanim Scepter, and she could also go for a Refresher, and that would be woo, tons of damage. But well, that's just speculation. Let's see what happens. Under Effect, now on the moment to pick. See what they go for. We got 1 minute and 49 seconds of the reserve time, especially with that Jack hero. I feel like maybe, well, I'm just getting ahead of myself, but it would be interesting to see a Void, a Darkseer, okay. Faceless Void, for example, would be pretty good, but not now with the Darkseer, nor the Tiny. I like the Tiny. It has been used previously, especially in the confrontation between these two teams. They do a wonderful job. I feel like it's a really good pick. These guys know how to use it. Pretty good setup. And maybe especially with Tusk, it would be great. Tusk can actually try to go in, you know. Yeah, it will absolutely just wall response you. If he doesn't one-shot you, then you can just actually just throw him away and try to survive that also. So Titan's pretty good for that. Whether it is to get blinking targets in out, or to be able to blink in and drop the target into somebody else. Now, Underlord's going to be picked right here for Aggressive Style. I feel like something good could really happen, especially with the Tusk, honestly. Like, the capacity of Underlords ultimately just allowing them to make a 5-man rotation whenever things get wrong or get ugly, or vice versa. Like, if you actually manage to win a fight and you just need to push in after maybe getting the first tier 2, then you can just teleport into the second tier 2 and just take it real quick, just like that. So Underlord, pretty basic. Hey, Gyrocopter. I have mixed feelings for Gyrocopter. I'm gonna say it. Like, not right now specifically, but like Gyrocopter, I mean, he has seen so much competitive play, and he's just like a little bit of everything. He's got stun, he's got tons of damage with the ultimate, but that's magic damage, so a pipe will absolutely just pretty much you know, deny it. He has a lot of damage, physical damage with the flat cannon. He has the rocket barrage also, which is which is also magic damage. So it's like you can build Gyrocopter so many different ways. You could also get a Satanic, for example. So whether it's on a mid lane, whether it is on the as a carry, like, you can do so many things with Gyrocopter. And look at that Under Effect. Okay, they go for the Draw Ranger. They know that actually worked, and they want to go for that once again. And I was actually surprised that Aggressive Style didn't decide to ban the Draw Ranger. Like, whether you pick Draw Ranger or you ban her, honestly, because right now Draw Rangers are in a really good spot. Of course, they can absolutely counter that. I feel like she will need a what's it called, the Lincoln Sphere, probably, just to be able to do something about the Gyrocopter. Nah, not really. She could just Manta Style and not worry about the Gyrocopter rocket. That's just me being dumb. But, well, regarding the last bans, we actually have the Primal Beast being taken out of Chaos Knight. So he's not going to be able to use his favorite hero, as I see. He used it on both previous matches. And also, we have a ban on the Queen of Pain. And on the other side is, of course, just going to be Ember Spirit and Storm Spirit. So 2 spirits out of the equation. We still have the Earth Spirit, and we still have Void Spirit. Which one am I missing? I think that's only the the four elements, right? Yeah. Well, under effect right now, the last pick. Let's see what they got. It's gonna have to be probably just a. Is that gonna be tiny mid lane or is that gonna be tiny support? Like it could be mid. Or if you're on the off lane, just to be able to get a pipe early on. And there it is. It's gonna be Nyx Assassin. Um, Not happy about the Nyx. I would love to see anything else, but it will definitely be able to help out against Tusk. Mostly because he can just get a counter whenever Tusk wants to initiate on him, or the snowball also. Nature's Prophet. Oh god. Black Soul. On the mid lane with the Nature's Prophet. Helicopter going Afterburner. Demon's Reach on the Underlord. Obviously, Ringmaster with the current classics. And Tusk Dak team. We're not going to have one of those games with drinking buddies. I absolutely love drinking buddies. I feel like this is a good drinking buddies game, specifically because of the Underlord. But tag team's just absolutely busted, honestly. So Funk's gonna be Tusk, Blood Moon Ringmaster, Shadow Underlord, Ferras is gonna be Carry Gyrocopter, and Black Soul Nature's Prophet. On the other side, we have the Jericho taken to Winter for some reason on Shakiri instead of the double Ice Path. Chaos Knight is gonna go tiny, so he is going mid. That's gonna be a tiny mid. Karma is going to be Dark Seer. Eones is going to be the Draw Ranger, once again with the sidestep. And Nyx Assassin, of course, is going to be none other than Rain. So that's going to be the support. And that is going to be the lineup for both teams right now as they are just about to jump into the battlefield and see who will have a better chance of becoming the champion of champions. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the decider match of this best of 3 to see who will make it into the playoffs. All right. Well, just a couple seconds, maybe just around 1 minute while everything gets up and ready. And yep, every single player has actually picked their hero now. And well, welcome to the decider matches, the decider match between this best of 3 of the CCT Dota 2 Season 2 South America Series, number 2, once again. All right, so now we have it. Aggressive style gets under effect. Coming up right up. All right, here they go. Finally, are just joining up. Man, Black Soul, Nature's Prophet. Well, it's gonna be a Nature's Prophet against Tiny, so in a certain sense, Nature should be doing fine. Tiny can just tree grab him. His sprouts. So he's not really gonna have the need for the Quality Blade. But hey, you can never be too cautious. So absolutely, Tiny's going for it. Because if it's on cooldown, you're gonna get effed up. You all know how it goes. All right, here they go. Both teams actually, no, just one of them actually smoking. That's gonna be under effect. And now Aggressive style actually smokes. We are gonna have the first one being caught right here is ice shards. No, tag team, absolutely. The full stun, but easily taken. Oh man, Nyx gets a little bit too ahead of himself, so of course he actually gets caught right there by the enemy, and that is gonna be the first blood for the Gyrocopter also. Nature's Prophet should absolutely be able to deal against that Throw Ranger. He's gonna hunt her down as much as possible, just making sure that she's not gonna be able to scale as much as she did in the previous one. So if this game actually ends up a little bit fast, everything should be fine for them. But here they go. Tusk is right there. He's got tag team, so if he gets anybody else, that could just be another kill. They're gonna go for 1, 2, and 3 runes. Amazing start right now. Great start. A little bit of chip damage right there with the frost arrows against the Tusk. Take it down to 500 HP. Pretty good. We're not gonna have the creep block happening for any of the teams. Green Gate, the next assassin coming from behind. Be careful. Iron Shell being used to stun on the gyrocopter, but he still deals a lot of damage. Of course, the dagger also. The
Dire's courier has been killed.
impalement.
Radiant's
Yeah, well, that's a courier
has been
already.
killed.
Oh boy, that's 2 of them. Sheesh. Oh, 1 for each. Tusk is gonna drive this wave actually all the way behind their tower. Really good strategy I'm seeing right here.
Denied.
Doing some damage against that Darkseer, of course. Bailment. Well, gonna take the chance, also drop an auto attack, taking the chance right there. Careful with the couriers. That can happen. And Karma being forced out of there with the surge. Gyrocopter has a flat cannon and the rocket barrage also. Wow, wow, wow. Musicale pausa. Now look at that. Next assassin actually doing the same thing with the creeps. Bring them all behind the tower. Huh. Okay, G has been called. So the pause is just about to be lifted. Now, as we can see, the Draw Ranger just really having a good time on the farm. With the most assets regarding the net worth. However, that is, of course, not other than the gyrocopter. Pretty close, actually. That was unfortunate for Tiny. Actually messed up the toss right there. Could have been a really good kill, but of course it's really hard to control that. Nature's Prophet. Farming a little bit right here. Up.
Dire's top tower
Miss creep.
is under attack.
The tower, the Honor Lord just firing up that Atrophy Aura. Baker has twin serves. Gonna deal a little bit of damage there. Well, everybody's just playing the farming game right now. Nobody really wants to deal too much damage except the Honor Lord really suffering right now. Jack Hero also taking some damage, of course. Black Soul comes in. They're gonna catch the Draw Ranger, but she has a Quelling Blade. Just about to get out of their sidestep, dealing a lot of damage against the Honor Lord. And Jack Hero is gonna be baited by that. Yeah, he's absolutely gonna die. The Sprout's gonna get him. And the Draw Ranger also. She's really low in HP. No tag team anymore, and Tusk does not have high charge yet. Oh,
Dire's
Warren
top
being
tower
used?
is under attack.
Okay, that could be it. Sprout could actually get it done. That's the tag team. That's gonna be the kill. Yes, good job, Tusk. Of course, everybody has a Quelling Blade, Jesus. Well, on the bottom lane, unfortunately, the next assassin and the Darkseer dealing so much damage against the gyrocopter. He does go down. The tower actually messing up. Healing against somebody else. Oh, now the teleport comes to bottom. They're gonna get that next assassin. And of course, retaliation. Ferres. Ferres. A little bit of vengeance right there.
Under attack.
And then the good gold for the Tusks for the rotation. Well, Tiny's still farming though. Pretty much all alone. Uh-oh. You want to get this guy. Yeah. Next assassin is absolutely going to impale and do some damage. That's 3 players though. As shards, they absolutely catch him. Surge just to help him out, and that literally saves him. Really good stuff. That was really close. Leveling up the Ultra Fiora. Just reaching the 5-minute mark. Nature's Prophet just still farming. Doing good. Tiny having a good time. Also, his second place on the money. The Draw Ranger after losing her life. Aeonis taken down to 4th place on the net worth.
Got it.
This is gonna be one of those games in which the Draw Ranger will absolutely need a BKB a little bit faster. Because the Underlord will just drop the Pit of Malice, catch her. And that would be more than enough for the Tusk to go in, for the Gyrocopter to draw the rocket and everything. And score. And of course, Nature's Prophet being able to just go all the way back into the back lane and catch the Draw Ranger directly. It's also very important. Oh, we have something going on mid. Oh no, my boy Solo in HP just barely almost survives that. Unfortunate, really. Ringmaster wasn't in position to actually help out with Escape Act. And the Tiny deals so much damage. He's got Crash Landing, by the way, also. Well, his teammates actually tried to help out, but they were just a little too far. Tusk. Level 2.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Man, he's really suffering right now. He doesn't really need that much to be actually able to fight back, but here they go from behind. He's got an invisibility rune, and here they go. They want to get that Draw Ranger, of course. Our boy just came in, but the Ice Shards are going to get her. That's going to be more than enough. Ice Pad actually connected against 2 players, but the Draw Ranger is going to have to say goodbye. Or the Nature is getting the gold and sharing it a little bit with that Tusk because he's just level 3, so he absolutely needs every single piece of health he can take. Of course, bottom, whew, a fight on the Wisdom rune, and the thing is that Ferraz does get Karma, and then Karma takes down Blood Boon, and Nyx also goes down. Well, after that little confrontation, we're actually gonna have something mid. No, Nyx is just gonna survive, no problem. Ladies and gents, just letting you know once more, as usual, as always, really happy to let you know, everybody, that, well, Stake is now our official betting partner, just like you saw right there on the promotions. You can actually go ahead and check all the information that we have on the banners below or on the chat. And you can actually click and use the promo code we have for you, which is none other than CCT35, all caps CCT35, and you can actually get up to $35 bonus. You can actually get $5 every day for 7 days, so you can actually make your matches even more interesting and personal. So don't forget that terms and conditions still apply, but go ahead, have fun, take your prize, and of course always bet responsibly. There we go, that Draw Ranger's absolutely destroyed. Yeah.
Dire's courage has been killed.
Alright, 3 manning, pretty much 4 manning right there against the Draw Ranger, and that's exactly what I meant about the Underlord, the Pit of Malice. They catch the Draw Ranger, that's more than enough. One good ult from the Gyrocopter. Blows her and puts him in a very tough position. Be careful though, because retaliation is just about to come up. We got the players coming from behind. That's gonna be the dagger. Oh, Tiny taking so much damage. The TP from the Draw Ranger trying to help out. The multi-shot, of course, deals a lot of damage. Oh my god. There's Noble and Escape back, but that is not going to be enough for anybody. They're all just gonna get absolutely destroyed. That's gonna be a kill for the Draw Ranger, and we have the 5 players actually moving into the bottom lane, helping out. That was some really good stuff we see. Now Nyx, of course, is gonna go for the TP, gonna go for mid. Needs to take advantage of what's going on because the bottom tower is absolutely going to be pushed. It's already on half HP. Tons of damage from the Nature's Prophet.
Radiant's bottom
From the
tower
Wrath
has
of
fallen.
Nature. But the tower is absolutely gonna get down. There's nothing that can defend it. But that was the first one claimed already at 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Really good movement that we're seeing right now. From Under Effects. I absolutely love that. The Lord still farming. Getting that
Dire's top
atrophy
tower
aura.
is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Well, tower for tower. Not bad. But, oh, our boy was just got right here. Of course, that's gonna be the Avalanche trying to help out, but he's gonna be absolutely destroyed. Bit of Malice, Sprout, Attack Team, everything they've got. Ice Shards. Oh, they dropped. My good man, he was tossed into the tower, into the Draw Ranger, and of course, she's just gonna ghost him. Well, that was 1 kill for 1 kill, unfortunately for Tusk. Oh man, this guy's suffering so much. He's level 4. The next assassin, I mean, he's also having a bad time, but just around the corner of getting level 6. He's helping every single way he can.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Switch stack on top. But, yeah, switch stack also on the enemy's lower triangle. That's for the ancients and the normal creeps. Have a scan. Our boy has been spotted. He is now level 6. He's gonna be there, getting out of there just in time.
Dire are scanning.
Whew, the creep dead coming in clutch, of course. It's not right there. Waiting for his teammates. Oh, he just got worth it. Gonna have some movement going all the way into bottom. Oh my god, that wall. Yeah, you're not gonna catch that guy. He's got Surge. It's really fast. That was really close, and the problem is that everybody used everything they had available to try to do something right there, but now, because of that same reason, they're all going to get chased and get hunted down instead. The hunter is going to become the hunted.
The seeds of
Next assassin catches one. Oh, not quite impale. Gets two with that. Of course, the ice pad's gonna help out. Dual breath also. There's no follow-up. They're just gonna get out of there. A little bit slow from the next assassin, to be honest. That was also the whole team, so they definitely did the right thing, just getting out of there.
I'll take that.
How's Leonis doing? He's got Dragonlance, he's got the Falcon Blade. Alright, attribute shifting, I like that.
regeneration.
Top lane, Tusk finding Rain.
Музыкальная пауза. Воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу.
And under Musicale Pausa right now. Apparently one of the players seems to be lagging just a little bit. And I love that the Dark Seer is just straight up going for the pipe, just like I mentioned. And it's a core item, right? But he knows that he needs it for the Gyrocopter ult. It's just pretty much going to deny the damage. Missile damage 200, 350, 500 at the level 3. Yeah, the pipe is the go-to right here. 425 damage barrier. Pretty much the whole ult. While also providing him with magic resistance. Giant farming top. We can see under effect getting together, so... Oh, there's double damage on mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And both with some rooms we're gonna be taken. Ah, they just clicked it. I'm sorry, I keep saying amplify. I keep saying double damage, but it's no longer double damage, as you all know. It's amplify damage. It's just customary. All the old habits die slowly. I apologize for that. It's just like how they actually changed the name of Outworld Devourer into Outworld Destroyer. But he kept saying Outworld Destroyer, Outworld Devourer, whenever you actually chose him. It was weird, because they changed the name and everything, but they didn't change the voice lines. Well, 15 minutes, so they actually ward right there on their mentor, just to be sure that they can go for it later. Double damage still there, nobody has taken it.
Radiant are scanning.
Walrus Punch. Dusky Dusk. Well, that's gonna be bottled for Tiny. Double damage. I keep on farming. So just waiting for the right moment. Not enough mana for the Tiny to actually engage. Kishi kishi, meow meow. Just 15 minutes and 58 seconds. 16 minute mark. So now everybody farming for the neutral 2 items, tier 2.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We have some weird drawings on the map, so probably just signing up that the enemy is around the top area. Of course, under effect, don't really want to fight for it. Oh, one of them has been spotted. That's gonna be Tusk. Oh, he's in a tough spot. He's all alone. They could try and push the bottom tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Darkseid is mid, but of course he can also run really, really fast. Gonna smoke up.
Radiant's middle tower is
Here we
under
go.
attack.
Everything is available on this side. Nyx Assassin smoked up
Radiant
and
are scanning.
with Vendetta activated. Don't really find anybody. Trying to chase right there on the Ancients. Nobody there. They're going already. Yep. Well, now they have vision of 2 players on mid. They have vision of the Tusk also on bottom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's just pure game sense right there, telling them like, hey, you know what? They are going to be on the top triangle and on bottom. So now they be in the chase. They have a war there, so they know there's one player. Oh, they can see the Underlord. Who is the first victim going to be? Nyx Assassin loses the Vendetta. Oh, Tusky gets stunned. That's gonna be the Mind Flayer. Avalanche and crash landing. Punk is gonna be punished for farming. Oh, that's very unfortunate. He even has infused raindrops just to be able to survive, but of course that's not gonna be enough. You're gonna have the whole team right there on your toes. Main gate was activated. Gyrocopter bottom, Ashen's bottom. Oh, and Ringmaster's actually helping out. Be careful, you're gonna see him. And Jeez, Gyrocopter's doing so much damage. Of of course, he's actually going to be saved right there by the Ringmaster, dealing a lot of damage also with the ulti. There it is. No way the Tiny will actually survive that. The Throw Ranger, nothing she can do right now. But she gets tipped, and of course, the Sprite also going to help out against the Jack Hero, dealing so much damage. Also, she loses her life. Misclick. Well, that's just going to be 3 players dead.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And it is now time to capitalize on what little advantage you got from the enemy. As we can see on the fight recap, that was 3 players dead: Nyx, Jack Hero, and the Tiny. The gold change is actually 1,407. And on the other side, minus 388. Zero experience also. Well, I feel like maybe having a pipe would have been a really good, you know, chance of survival right there. But the Dark Tier was not in position. We're getting chased and things got ugly really quickly. All right, another smoke. This time chasing for top. Iron Shell on 2 creeps, so it actually pushes forward. And they're going for Tormentor, absolutely. You can see them. Oh, they spot our boy. Of course, he's going to try to run away, but the rest of the team is actually making a move. Be careful, though. Bit of Malice. 2 of them are going to be caught. Draw with the multi-shot. She is kind of behind. Going straight up for our good boy, the Nature's Prophet. Hitting as much as she can, but now she has been spotted. They got to get out of there because Tiny's already dead. Bit of Malice. Once again, they're actually going to catch her. The impalement, and that's going to be more than enough. Perras is the one getting that kill. Of course, Black Soul takes down Shakiri. That's going to be a double kill. Oh, just one. Whew. Man. Well, Nyx Assassin actually survives that, but Tusken gets punished once more. That's very unfortunate. Was quite the fight, though. I feel like the Thrower Ranger really didn't have like a good position. The enemy wasn't the, they were on the high ground already, right? So now they're gonna be able to just go ahead and do Tormentor. Oh no, our boy died. Blood Moon. I really thought he was gonna be able to survive, but no. Well, at least the Tusk gets the shard, so that's really gonna help out. 1,400 gold for free, absolutely. Well, for free, quote unquote, because Ringmaster just died. It happens. Damn, brother, that was, jeez, such a huge amount of damage. And he grabs the shield. That's really good because he's actually really tanky. He's got Phylactery, by the way, also. So he is going for the BKB after this. And then a Nocturne Core. 2 on the Impalement. So, Impalement Arts. Of course, use the shield. We're gonna have a fight on top right there, but of course Range is gonna get out of there, no problem. Has a Force Staff, has a Quelling Blade.
Dire are scanning.
Okay, Jack, you're trying to defend the mid lane. Dropping the ult. Okay, 3-second cooldown. Oh, but they spotted my man once again. Here they go. Black Soul actually trying to chase down the Nyx, but gets played once again because of this Pipe Carapace. Another 3 minutes. We're just about to reach the tier 3 neutral items. It's a cheeky ward that we can see on the top triangle on both sides. Or Rainier getting in position, using the multi-shot to try to farm. Avalanche right there.
Dire's middle
That's
tower
not gonna
is under
happen.
attack. Dire's structures are
Fortification.
fortified.
Pretty good. Don't deny the damage from the gyrocopter. Still gonna go down.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Got the TPs for top. 24 minutes. What's gonna happen? Nothing. Well, Rain keeps on running. The snowball chasing, but of course, oh, the ice shards. Oh, just barely. My God. Did you see that damage? That was crazy. And it was all thanks also to the shards. Sheesh.
Radiant are scanning.
Wow, that poor Nyx absolutely just suffered that so hard. So, well, this just begun. This just turned into a 4v5, so maybe the top tower can actually be pushed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Black Soul decides
Dire's
to
top tower is
just
under
farm
attack.
jungle instead. Gyrocopters the one pushing. Good stuff from the Ringmaster, just making sure there's nobody right there on the trees with the impalement arts. Tusk all the way behind, just scouting just in case. He's got ult, he's got Plane Dagger, and that's just gonna be the top tower already. That's the first tier 2 of the game. Claimed by Aggressive style. 25-minute mark. Have a 9k gold advantage. Well, 8k. Just put down. There we go. Once again, 9k. 17 and 9 on the score. Rogues. Looking for blood. They actually spotted Roar Rainier. And they know they have to shut down that Roar Rainier before she keeps on growing. There it is. A bit of malice, of course. We're gonna force staff out of there, but Tusk is right there to deal a lot of damage because it's not gonna be enough. And yes, it is. It was really close.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Manages to TP out just in time. And I'll be honest, I feel like maybe Sprout is really good. But I feel like since everybody has Quelling Blade or Force Staffs or that kind of stuff, it's good because it deals damage. It's good because it actually allows for a little bit of a setup. But it's also like, you know, being a double-edged sword right there. Well, Black Soul does get Shikiri as he gets God right there. So now we have the opportunity to make Rochelle. Let's go ahead and take it. Ro's gonna go bottom. The Nyx Assassin still just running around. That's gonna be Rush. 27 minutes. They see the Nyx Assassin. Do we have Dust? Oh, bit of Malice. And the Dust. There it is. That's gonna be the slow. Ice Shards. Nah. Come on, Tusk.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, look at that. Oh, just barely. But he is... Nope, no sentry. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, you know what they say. Wards win games.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Another ult for the Aggro, just looking to protect the mid lane. Of course, they also fortify, so just gonna hold off the inevitable for a little bit longer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That gyrocopter. Troshan for 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Has Manta Style and Daedalus already.
Dire's
Bottom
middle
tower is
tower
getting pushed,
is
as
under
we can see
attack.
right now. But of course, fortification has been pulled off. And now we go into top lane where we can see these two guys trying to push. Middle finally fell down. We got the teleport coming from these guys, and they want to look up for a fight. They're gonna catch the next assassin. Oh my god, Tusk. That was close. Yep. Next assassin once again getting away, and it actually stops the enemy from actually being able to do something there. That was really good stuff. Counter initiation. Gonna have the
Radiant's
smoke.
courier has been killed.
Boom. Rain taking down Shiloh's courier. Tons of money. That's 110 each. 550 gold.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, here they go. Full crest also. Jacker, that's gonna be mid lane. Lost. Things are pretty much equal right now. It's just a difference of one tower.
Radiant's middle tower is
Of
under
course.
attack.
So you're gonna keep on
Dire's
pushing. Watch
bottom
out, the
tower
TPs are
is
falling
under
in.
attack.
Bro, you can use your Manta style to try to... Man, she's gonna wait for it for this dissipation, right? But okay, here they go, and that's the snowball falling all the way. But Tusk, you're getting yourself way too inside. Of course, the ult from the Jack Hero is also gonna be placed just perfectly. Black Soul dealing so much damage, but the same thing goes for Aeonis. Now standing on the back lane. Wall of Replica also being dropped right at the middle. Oh, that's gonna be Tiny pushing our friend inside. Nature's Prophet. Dealing damage with shot behind. Going straight off with the Drawer Ranger. You're gonna use his Vessel right there. Also dealing a lot of damage. Not gonna be able to teleport this time. Aeonis goes down. That's gonna be Ferris clearing that kill. Tiny with the toss also helping out as much as possible. And this time, yep, another player does escape, but the Drawer Ranger will not live to tell the tale. And now the problem is that the Gyrocopter still has the
Radiant's
Aegis
courier has
available.
been killed.
Oh god, that sucks. Rain, another courier. So right now, that's just pretty much gonna be the middle tower gone. Goes next right there to defend. Yep, gonna drop them all the way inside. Is that gonna be an... Oh, they canceled the... They canceled the Hurricane Pike. Well, he still deals a lot of damage. Prism Guard, of course, is also going to be used up right there, just to try to defend as much as possible. But of course, the tower is going to go down. Rush. I mean, the Aegis still 30 seconds. They want to get him. They're going to drop him. They're going to kill him. 20 seconds. You're gonna die, my man. You're gonna die. Okay, there it is. Nice, but oh, no BKB. That's not good. Also, now the Drow actually takes down Bloodman as he was trying to make a run for it. No BKB on the Gyrocopter. There it is. Just got it. Yeah, absolutely. It was way too necessary. And also, I feel like he just survives a little bit too long, for example, thanks to the snowball and all the help he actually received right there. But the problem is that he survives long enough for the enemy to have the opportunity to drop him all the way into the throne, right? So if he had died like right at the corner, right outside the base, that would have been fine. Because he had rush, he could have just gotten out of there. So maybe delaying the death was not really the good thing to do. It was just taking the tower and getting out of there. Well, 33 minutes on the mark. This is looking like another one of those long games. Gyrocopter, now with the BKB, could definitely be able to do a lot of damage. We have a Gem of True Sight also in the hands of, who's got it? In the hands of the Ringmaster. Perhaps the sleeps. I think it would be fine for Ringmaster right now to get the spotlight, to get these shards. Oh, that Royal Ranger is gonna be caught. Also a bit of malice. Oh, manages to force step out of there, and now the counter initiation goes in. Of course, Funk and Bloodlord are gonna be the first ones going down. That's a double kill for Chaos Knight. Royal Ranger all the way behind, really low on HP. BKB was also activated, so she can't really help out right there. Watch out for the Nyx. It's actually gonna deny the damage right there from the Underlord. Gonna be able to get out there. Bit of malice, catching them. Perras is still alive, no problem. Wolf Replica was also used. And that was a bad initiation. Both supports are dead. But yeah, like I was saying, I feel like the Ringmaster should definitely get the shard first, rather than Pabis or another Solar Crest. Because what is being happening right now is just not having vision whenever they want to make it into a fight. So they start getting caught off. Just goes all the way in. Yes, he does get the ult inside. They do manage to get that Royal Ranger, but she just forced us out of there.
Dire are scanning.
Like the same thing keeps on happening. 35 minutes now. Let's go. Tier 3 neutral items. Of course, it's time to farm a little bit more. Also, Gyrocopter actually just went ahead and not wasted, but used the first use of the BKB. So it's gonna start falling off the more he uses it. Fight for the struggle for vision is actually real. Shan is dead. Mentor's gonna be claimed by the bottom chasm. It's essentially given to Shigiri. That's really, really good, I think, also. Right now, he's gonna have the ability to deal a lot of damage with the liquid fire and the liquid frost.
Dire are scanning.
Gonna come into farm. Getting really strong. Tusk's still level to 15. Oh, they actually spot somebody right there. That's gonna be none other than the Nyx Assassin. He is gonna force step out and just duels at the perfect moment, but the impalement actually landed. Nothing's gonna save you from that, my man. That was a 5-man fight for you. Nyx Assassin is dead. This 4 staffs, for every single one of the players, they've been given so much value. Oh, another confrontation. They actually spot the Titan right there. They actually catch him with the bit of malice. Of course, Jacker is actually going to answer with the Ice Bat. That's going to be more than enough to actually save him. Oh, the Throw Ranger actually catching my boy. Yeah. Chaos Knight is going to be the one getting that kill against Tusk once again. Funk, you got to stop dying, man. And the... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, Underlord actually manages to get the jump through sight, luckily. It could have been a heavy loss. Now, as we can see... Oh, these guys, they know they have the numerical advantage. They want to start a fight right now. They actually managed to spot one. It's going to be none other than Nyx Assassin. They think that they can kill him, but it was just a trap. Now, the first one going down on this confrontation is going to be none other than the Ringmaster. Oh, watch out, coming from behind. Oh, but look at that. Tiny actually engaging into the Nature's Prophet. Throw Ranger with Shard already, dealing a lot of damage. Ringmaster on the buyback just to be able to throw the ult, but the BKB actually activates right now. And Rain is going to be the next one going down. Teleport coming from the Nature's Prophet. He needs to get out of there. The fight is still going on. Bit of Malice actually trying to save our teammate right there. Not going to be able to... get that Jacker up, but yes, the TP comes in just in the perfect moment for Black Soul, all the way into the back lane. They can take him out. Drow once again with the Glacier,
Dire's bottom tower
but
is under
uses it
attack.
only defensively. That was quite the fight. 2 kills falling. We had a buyback though. 2 of them, if I'm not mistaken. No, just one, just one. Just one. I forgot Black Soul actually survives that. Goes all the way back at DPs and then just comes once again with a teleportation. Pretty good stuff. Now the rush is definitely going to go down. It's absolutely going to be once more for the gyrocopter. Now Tusk, with the backpack pretty much full at this point, he grabs the rush banner, and I think that's great because they can actually go ahead and try to take those middle barracks now. They still have the upper hand one way or another, although that Drow Ranger is getting really strong. It's not the same as the previous game as we saw. She's 4 and 5. She has been dying constantly. I feel like that happens because of the Nature's Prophet being able just to teleport straight up onto her. Like, he's ignoring everybody else. He just goes straight for the Drow. And he also has a vessel. Just going for the Satanic right now. There's just no need for an Orchid Malevolence. It's not one of those games. As we can see in the net worth graph, well, Nature's Prophet is at 27k. Gyrocopter at 25. Sign is the second. It's the third one. Then it's gonna be Throw, and then the enemies off lane. But not too far away. That's only thanks to the Iron Shell. Because the Underlord. Yep, there it is. Just got a little bit ahead. All right, so all the way on top, making sure that nothing's worth it. Ringmaster with the Gem of True Sight. Oh man, 40 minutes on the clock. This game is getting really intense. Again. I'm just gonna take the time right here, ladies and gents, to let everybody know once more that Stake is now officially our betting partners. You can go ahead and check out all the information that you need on the banners below or on the chat. So you can go ahead and use the code that we have for you, CCT35. I gave you all the information previously, so just go ahead and check it out. Remember, that would be CCT35, all caps. You can enjoy $35 pretty much for free. That would be $5 every single day for 7 days. And what a better way to actually make your matches even more personal and interesting. That one's Stake.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, wonder what the move is gonna be right now. That's gonna smoke, Swallows Ringmaster. They could drop the Rush Banner, and they're actually getting ready for it precisely, but they need to wait a little bit longer. Nope. That is that's a horrible banner placed. Absolutely horrible.
Dire's top tower
Gyrocopter popping the BKB as Tiny actually goes straight up. Tosses him in. And yeah, come on guys. I absolutely feel that. Well, Jacker starts off with the Ice Pad, but of course the BKB was popped by the Gyrocopter, has Satanic, and has the Aegis for 1 minute and 55 seconds. Of course, the Drow Ranger right here also has her Black King Bar also available. Oh, that was a great... Oh my god. That was a great vacuum by the Dark Seer. Of course, now the Drow Ranger is going to deal a lot of damage. First one going down is going to be none other than Blood Moon, of course. The kick from the Tusk actually gonna catch her. Yes, they do. Oh, the Surge helping her out. The Rocket's still following, but the thing is that Shiloh loses his life also. The top tower has fallen. The fight still keeps on going. That's gonna be Draw Ranger so low on HP, but still dealing so much damage also. Dusk unable to do much. Another vacuum. That's gonna be a kick. Just pushing them down. Now, Gyrocopter. The Aegis is gonna be popped. That's not gonna be enough to keep you alive, my friend. You are on a 1v5. Not a single person actually survived right there. I cannot believe that just happened. Chaos Knight, of course, he did die. He went for a buyback. But I am going to be honest once again. That was the worst banner I've seen in a while. And I admit, I kind of got a little angry. Because that probably could have been barracks right there. Well, now the problem
Radiant's middle tower is under
is
attack.
that Under Effect is absolutely going to push mid lane.
Fortified.
44 seconds dead for the Gyrocopter, 25 for the Nature's Prophet. Now, Nature's Prophet could actually start riding out and going all the way behind, but of course that wouldn't really be a wise thing to do. Draw Ranger's just absolutely going to push them. They use the Solar Crest on her. We are going to have these two guys only trying to survive. Tusk, of course, trying to do everything he can. Tries to get out of there, but of course, Titan goes in with the toss, and he is absolutely going to lose his life. Ulti from the Ringmaster, but a little bit late if you ask me. Of course, Bit of Malice.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Take the barracks. Come on, Dro. You have your Mantis Towel.
Radiant's middle
Like, you can just use it. You don't need to dispel anything right now. Okay, another confrontation. That's gonna be Bloodmoon losing his life to the multi-shot from the Draw Ranger. Bit of Malice gonna catch out Chaos Knight. Oh, another toss. And good silence. Using the shard also to do a lot of damage. Crimson Guard actually keeping him alive, but the vacuum just perfectly pulls him back. Now BKB, of course, has been activated by the Gyrocopter. He's got everything he needs. He has... Oh, Satanic. Is he going to be able to? Yes, he pops out of there, and not enough damage to be able to recover back. He has buyback available. Of course, he's absolutely going to be able to use that. But 5 players still alive. Chaos Knight still surviving with just a nick of health. That is just gonna be the barracks lost for the aggressive team. Forcing out 2 buybacks, one from Ferris, one from Shiloh. Also, my God, that Draw Ranger. You know, the interesting thing is that Iona's just, I think, he found his element. He absolutely found his element. Gonna nullifier? What's the nullifier for? Somebody please let me know. Man, he could nullify the Solar Crest. He could pop the Lincoln Sphere. Nullify the Crimson Guard and the Pipe of Inside also. That's gonna be another Tormentor. This one's going for the for the Tiny. That's really good. That's a really good one. Schnauzer grabs pretty much infinite. It's gonna be dealing a lot of damage. I would like to see the Tiny. Well, he went for the
Radiant are scanning.
for the toss field, but I was gonna say Canada is actually a pretty good item. Tiny, he has Phylactery. So I'm surprised he actually didn't finish it. It was just to be able to deal some damage at the beginning. But right now, it's all about the Draw Ranger. Gonna start going for the bottom tower now. The wave is pushing forward thanks to the Iron Shell also. I like how the Draw is always waiting for the perfect moment to use the Mantis Style, and that's fine. I mean, that's exactly how it should be. But I feel like there are many situations in which you could just pop the Mantis Style, pull
Radiant's
back
bottom
and just,
tower is under attack.
you know, for example, right now, they're just completely going somewhere else, right? And they could have pushed the bottom tower a little bit more with the Manta style. Does not happen, though. Shen's still dead. Oh, here they go. They actually catch my man. That's gonna be the ice shards, but of course, Vendetta allows him to get out of there.
Swiftly now.
Oh, Nyx still in the chase. He is gonna go for the Underlord, but of course, he uses the Bit of Malice to actually survive that. Really sad. The Nyx assassin actually tried to spike Carapace him with the Firestorm. Doesn't really work out. It's gonna be the jam to take out the ward right there. Another one placed, this time replacing one. That's just gonna be an illusion. Nothing to worry about. Just trying to get some bishop right there. Pretty obvious. The outpost has also been taken. There's still a tier 2 on top. That could be a possibility to push. The top range barracks really low in HP, 824. That could have been easy. Oh, look at that vacuum. Amazing Dawn. J-backed, saving the Tusk. Clutching that save. Really good stuff. Oh man, this guy's now delaying the inevitable. Of course, Rochette is actually available now. He's alive. Gotta be killed. And that's gonna go for Rush. I hope that's gonna go for a Dro, absolutely. But I hope that look at that. Rochette is holding now a cheese and a refresher shard. Refresher would be nice for the Tiny, but I feel like double Jack Hero ult would be also amazing. Or double wall. Bro, there's so many items. What happened? Nobody checked it? We got refresher. Who's got refresher? Draw? Refresher would be great for a double wall of replica, to be honest. Or for the Tiny, like I mentioned, or for the Jack Hero.
Radiant are scanning.
I don't know. Questionable. As the Wraith King once said. Next is at the Kumbara. Oh, he knows where the Lord is, and that's gonna be absolutely dead. There's nothing this man can do. Oh my god, he's so tanky. That's really good answer by his team. Of course, the Drow Rangers is going to absolutely destroy that Tusk. Nothing can stop this man. He's completely godlike. The next assassin actually getting out of there, and he's gonna get hit by the stun. He forgot to activate the Spite Carapace. Of course, the answer from the other part of the team. Chaos Knight is gonna take down Blood Moon, and Aeonis actually wins that duel against Black Soul. So he is forced to use his buyback as well as Funk. 2 buybacks forced out. That's really good stuff. And Jack Hero still has the Roshan's banner. Please use it correctly, Jack Hero. Oh, there's the toss and the gust for the silence. First one going down in that fight is, of course, once more gonna be the Tusk. Watch out, tons of damage. Oh my god. Gyrocopter takes down Shikini also. Woo! They take down the Drow with the rush. Now she's still gonna be alive. She's gonna get feared. No, she's just gonna get BKB activated. Gyrocopter has a Divine Rapier in hand. Watch out with the Tiny. Oh, the escape back at the last moment. They want to go for the Tiny. Of course, he's gonna blink out of there. He still has his Wind Waker available, but also on the mid lane, Black Soul suffering a lot. Drow Ranger does not want to give up. Keeps on fighting. No Satanic though. Watch out with the HP, and she just barely gets out of there thanks to the Force Staff. She's gonna be Force Staff right back into it. Activate the shard. Gonna deal some damage. Chaos Knight goes down. Black Soul, of course, also does the same thing. Oh, she's gonna survive that. She gets tossed out. Double damage right there. She actually picks it up. She's gonna be laying damage against the Underlord. He is absolutely going down. Oh my god. The clutch save at the last moment. Of course, one shot against the Gyrocopter, but he's now ghosted. He is absolutely not going to survive that.
Top barracks are
That
under
is going to be
attack.
5 players dead already. And now there's only one job you gotta do. You gotta push on the tower. And let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be GG. Because, yes, Glyph is available. But if my good friend Jack Hero does the right thing, he's going to place the Roshan banner there, boy.
Dire's top barracks.
Place the Roshan banner there, boy.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
Oh, nope, they didn't even try to defend. The GG has been called, and we already have a winner. We know who's going into the playoffs. Gamers from around the world, the Dota lovers, we now know that Under Effect is gonna be the one going to the next phase of the tournament. Absolutely well played by these guys on a 53-minute game just to top it all off. They gave us quite the show that we were expecting. And just like I mentioned, that Throw Ranger, Eon is definitely feeling on his element. And the final save, the final showdown was just amazing, amazing stuff to watch. I'm so glad we actually stayed all the way to the last moment of this game. But you know what the best thing is? It was a 53-minute game, but we only had maximum 34 kills for Under Effect. So, yeah, there was a lot of action, but it was, I think, very balanced between these two teams, 29 to 34. But once again, the problem is the Throw Ranger is just an exceptional carry. Nothing could actually reach her, and I feel like Funk on the Tusk was doing a good job, but he was getting a little bit too ahead of himself. He was engaging in situations in which he was pretty much alone. So the rest was just a follow-up, a desperate attempt of trying to make something work out, of Tusk giving away his life. So many buybacks actually he wasted also. So, well, he ends up on a 112-13. We got Blood Moon going on a 110-16 also. Well, what can I say? In the end, it was just not the best game for Aggressive Style, but they absolutely did. They gave us the show that we were expecting. For a second, I also thought the Black Soul was going to be recurring a little bit more to running all the way down to the top barracks, because they already had one, so they could have just do something wonderful with that. But he didn't have a Desolator, for example, so he couldn't really push towers that good. They never go for that strategy. Anyways, well, ladies and gents, I do have one bad news for everybody right here. The problem is that, well, a couple of them actually. Aggressive Style is not going to be able to jump into the next phase of the tournament. They are going to be eliminated. Under Effect is actually going to be the one team that has that honor to go into the playoffs. As we can see right here, this is exactly how things are gonna go. Ladies and gents, once more, BTC Gaming made it all the way to the playoffs, as well as Under Effect on a 1-2 style. Aggressive Style is going to have to say goodbye. But the second bad thing that I was going to mention is that, well, we are pretty much for the day. These were the only two matchups that we had for the moment. Aggressive Style and Under Effect were the last one that we were just waiting to watch. And after this, well, we're just gonna have to say goodbye. But of course, it's just gonna be temporary. We're still gonna have a lot of Dota to be played in the future, because like I have been mentioning, we still need to find out who will become our champion of champions. Ladies and gents, stay tuned up and don't miss anything, because things are only gonna get better from now on. See you on the next one. Have a wonderful day, and well, enjoy your matches whenever you can. Have a lot of fun, and I'll see you once again on the next one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.